Chapter 13:18. The Imperial Capital International Airport was still very busy in the evening. The plane took off and landed with flashing red lights. The command tower was brightly lit, and everyone was working nervously. Gu Nianji and Hu Xiaoheng stood on the walkway of the tarmac and watched the hale and hearty old man walk down under the lights. Two tall men in black uniforms followed closely behind him. They carried briefcases and wore sunglasses. They looked like secretaries and bodyguards at the same time. Hu Xiaoheng brought Gu Nianji to greet them. "Granduncle, did everything go smoothly?" Hu Xiaoheng reached out his hand and spoke in a very friendly voice. This kind of friendliness was different from the friendliness he had with General Ji and Speaker Long. It was a familiarity that came from the same bloodline. The old man was Xie Xinxing, the head of the Xie family. Although he was no longer in charge, his influence was still there. He nodded and said gently, "It was fine." "Xiaoheng, is this your fiancé?" He looked at Gu Nianji, who was standing next to Hu Xiaoheng. He had seen Gu Nianji's photos and videos many times, but this was the first time he had seen her in person. To be honest, Xie Xinxing felt that the photos and videos didn't reflect her true appearance. Although she was also beautiful and cute in the photos and videos, she was still far from being as lively as she was in person. Xie Xinxing had originally been quite critical of Gu Nianji and Hu Xiaoheng's relationship. However, Hu Xiaoheng insisted, so he didn't object. Now that he saw Gu Nianji in person, he finally understood. With such a girl chasing after him so closely, even the strong-willed Hu Xiaoheng couldn't remain indifferent. Hu Xiaoheng quickly introduced them. "Granduncle, this is Nianji." He then said to Gu Nianji, "This is my granduncle, my grandmother's biological brother." Gu Nianji knew that Hu Xiaoheng's grandmother, Xie Xian, was the eldest daughter of the Xie family, so she quickly said, "Hello, Mr. Xie." "You're still calling me Mr. Xie?" Xie Xinxing put his hands behind his back with a half-smile. "Since you're treating me like an outsider, I won't give you the gift." Gu Nianji blinked and realized that this old man was very interesting. She readily accepted his advice and said sweetly, "Hello, granduncle." "Good girl." Xie Xinxing smiled and reached out his arm to her. "Are you free soon? This old man has just arrived here and is not familiar with the people and the place. Would you like to be my guide and accompany me for a few days?" Hu Xiaoheng and the two black uniformed staff behind him smirked at the same time. It was his first time here, and he was unfamiliar with this place. How could he say that at his age? The name Xie Xinxing could do whatever he wanted wherever he went. In the imperial capital, it was not impossible to make the imperial capital tremble 3 times with every stomp, but at least it was possible to make it tremble once. Gu Nianji knew that the Xie family was very powerful, but that was outside the country. This was because the Xie family had moved overseas more than 100 years ago. She didn't know if the Xie family's name was still useful in the country. So she helped Xie Xinxing up and immediately said, "No problem. As long as I'm free, I'll definitely accompany you. Just don't think I'm too talkative." No. I like girls who can talk." Xie Xinxing praised her with a smile. "But you said that you'll only accompany me when you're free, so will you be free?" Well, this old man's thinking was quite meticulous. Gu Nianji deliberated and said, "I'm on vacation recently, so I'm not busy. However, I'm helping someone with a lawsuit. If the court is in session soon, I'm afraid I won't have that much time to accompany you. However, as long as I'm free." Before Gu Nianji could finish, Xie Xinxing interrupted her and said with a smile, "Lawsuit? Sure, I love watching lawsuits. When I was in France, I loved watching court documentaries on TV." Gu Nianji, Hu Xiaoheng smiled and said from the side, "Our Nianji is a famous lawyer. She's fought many lawsuits and has never lost." His voice was light, but the boastfulness in his tone was almost breaking through the sky. Gu Nianji wanted to appear nonchalant, but she was extremely happy inside. She couldn't suppress the joy no matter what. She turned around with a smile and said to Hua Xiaoheng, Major General Hua, I've only fought a few lawsuits, and you're already raising flags for me. If I lose this time, it'll be all your fault. Hey, hey, hey. Can you two stop flirting in front of an old man like me? Old people also have dignity. I refuse this bowl of dog food. Xie Xinqing pretended to be serious, but his eyes flashed with humor. Gu Nianji saw that the old man wasn't pedantic at all, and even used the trendy internet term, dog food, without missing a beat. She felt even more close to him. Granduncle, where are you staying this time? Hua Xiaoheng smiled faintly and led them to the parking lot. The chauffeur arranged by the Xia family was waiting in the parking lot. Xie Xinqing thought about it. I'll stay at the West Mountain Villa. The scenery there is good and it's quiet. I'm used to the peace abroad. Okay. Hua Xiaoheng didn't say anything and agreed immediately. The West Mountain Villa again. The Xia family was really impressive. Gu Nianji didn't say anything else and followed them into the custom-made Rolls-Royce Phantom. The car started smoothly, and she couldn't feel any bumps at all. The noise outside the car was cut off, and it was extremely quiet inside. Xie Xinqing took a sip of water and sighed. I haven't been back in more than 10 years. The last time I came back was for your grandmother's funeral. Gu Nianji didn't even dare to breathe loudly. She pricked up her ears to listen to old Master Xia talk about the past. This was all about the Hua family's history. Hua Xiaoheng rarely talked about these family matters, so Gu Nianji naturally had no way of knowing. Hua Xiaoheng grunted softly. I'm relieved that you're taking care of my grandmother in France. Your grandmother was buried in the Xia family cemetery in France. In all these years, only you, your father, and mother have gone to pay your respects. Xie Xinqing's expression darkened. Someone has been living a carefree life for so many years that he's forgotten how heavy his bones are. The main reason I came back this time was to help someone straighten his bones, and the secondary reason was to accompany little Nianji on a sightseeing tour. Gu Nianji was speechless. How did it become a sightseeing tour with her? Since when did she want to go sightseeing? Right? Little Nianji. Xie Xinqing turned to see Gu Nianji and immediately laughed again. Gu Nianji glanced at Hua Xiaoheng. Seeing that he didn't comment, she smiled and said, Granduncle is too funny. I should be the one accompanying you on a sightseeing tour. How could I dare ask you to accompany me? That would be too unfilial. Ha 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 ha, it's okay. I like to deal with young people. Don't think that I'm old-fashioned. I also often chat and fight with people online. I even claim to be a cute 17-year-old girl. Gu Nianji burst out laughing. She clapped and said, That's amazing. I usually call myself an old man in his 30s. Hua Xiaoheng and the two black uniformed staff looked away expressionlessly at the street scene that flashed by outside the car window. 30-year-old men. The three old men, who were about to turn 30, instantly felt as if they had suffered a critical hit of 100,000 points. Xie Xinqing and Gu Nianji finally hit it off at first sight. They had an interesting exchange of opinions about disguising their identities online. When he found out that Gu Nianji's computer skills were not bad and she could even be a hacker, Xie Xinqing's gaze was filled with admiration. Little Nianji is so amazing. I'll be under your protection from now on. Xie Xinqing excitedly took out his phone. What's your phone number? Add me on WeChat. Gu Nianji, however, she still obediently took out her phone and exchanged phone numbers with Grandfather Xie. Then, she clicked accept and became Grandfather Xie's WeChat friend. The heroic Grandfather Xie immediately transferred 100,000 yuan to Gu Nianji's WeChat and said, It's a greeting gift for little Nianji. Gu Nianji saw the number and almost couldn't count the zeros behind it. Major General Hua. Gu Nianji saw that the phone was handed to Hua Xiaoheng and asked timidly, "Grandfather gave it to me, she didn't dare accept such a large amount." Hua Xiaoheng smiled and nodded. "It's a greeting gift from granduncle. Accept it. This is just the appetizer. The later dishes would be even more extravagant." Xie Xinqing pretended to be angry. "What's wrong? It's a greeting gift from me. What does it have to do with this kid? You still want him to nod?" "Little Nianji, it's not that I want to criticize you, but you can't spoil men. If you spoil them, they'll turn the world upside down." "Gu Nianji, then what should I do?" Gu Nianji spread her hands and said with a smile, "Granduncle, can you share some of your experience with me? It's very simple. You have to fight. If you don't fight for 3 days, you'll tear the roof tiles off. You have to be strict with men. When your grandmother was young, I always told her not to be too virtuous and not to treat men too seriously. Men are all cheap. Look, she doesn't listen to me." Xie Xinqing was full of complaints when he thought about Xie Zian and Hua Xuanong. "I'm a man. Do you think I don't know what men are like?" After saying that, he proudly puffed out his chest. "My wife is different. She has always been strict with me. That's why I'm righteous and stable. My career and life are both fruitful." Gu Nianji suddenly felt that grandfather Xie was quite cute like this. Imagining the chaotic marriage life between him and his wife, she couldn't help but laugh out loud. "What are you laughing at? You don't believe me." Grandfather Xie laughed as well. However, after laughing for a while, he said lightly, "Young couples are companions when they're old. My wife and I have argued for our entire lives. I used to think that she was a little annoying, but she left alone first. Only then did I realize that it was already an extravagant hope for her to bother me again, hit me again, and scold me again." Gu Nianji couldn't stand this kind of invisible dog food the most. It was simply fatal. She turned her head to look at Hua Xiaoheng, only to see that Hua Xiaoheng was looking back at her. In the dim car, their bright eyes shone brightly, intertwining with a rhythm that outsiders couldn't understand. Xie Xinqing was infected by the tacit understanding and deep affection between the two fiancés, and he also fell into his own memories. The car was silent for a moment. The driver and the 2 staff members in front didn't even dare to breathe. After a while, Xie Xinqing snapped out of his memories. He turned around and saw that Gu Nianji and Hua Xiaoheng's eyes were almost glued to each other. He chuckled and asked, "Xiaoheng, it's too late today. Let's go to your grandfather and father's place for the night first. We'll go to the West Mountain Villa tomorrow. Will we make it?" "Of course not." Hua Xiaoheng quickly sent the address of the military headquarters compound to the driver in front. "Please drive to this address." The Xie family's driver and staff were used to grandfather Xie's whims. They skillfully changed their work itinerary, notified all the support personnel, and changed their route to the military headquarters compound. Gu Nianji was a little uneasy. "Major General Hua, do I have to go too?" "Yes, stay at my house for the night today." Hua Xiaoheng patted her hand. "That's your home. Don't feel pressured." "Humph. Who dares to pressure little Nianji?" Xie Xinqing patted Gu Nianji's other hand. "I'm here to support you today. From now on, you'll be under my protection. If anyone in the Hua family wants to make things difficult for you, they'll have to ask me first." This was the first update of the day, Chapter 1308, You Protect Me, I'll Protect You. A reminder for everyone's monthly and recommendation tickets. Today was the 3rd update. The monthly ticket was 2,100 plus updates at 1 p.m., and the 3rd update was at 8 p.m. P.S. Thank you to the administrators in the group for recording a birthday congratulatory video for me. What a surprise. Mwah. Chapter 1319. It was like a great backer that had flown in from the heavens. Gu Nianji's jet-black eyes suddenly lit up. Granduncle, are you serious? Please don't be courteous with me, I will take it seriously. Xie Xinqing laughed. I'm already so old. Do I have to brag in front of a little girl like you? Furthermore, it was not a big deal. If he couldn't even support a little girl, then he didn't deserve to be the head of the Xie family. Hu Xiaoheng also said, Granduncle either doesn't say anything, or as long as he says it, he'll keep his word. Don't worry. Gu Nianji nodded repeatedly and smiled at Xie Xinqing. Granduncle, I'll remember that. The group chatted and laughed as they soon arrived at the military headquarters. General Ji and the others received the news as soon as Xie Xinqing's Rolls-Royce Phantom limousine drove through the gate. Xiaoheng, has old Master Xie returned to the country? General Ji personally called Hu Xiaoheng. Hu Xiaoheng nodded. I've just been picked up from the airport. Granduncle wants to stay at my house for a night, in the military compound. That's great. General Ji smiled. I'll visit your house right away. Is that convenient? Hu Xiaoheng thought for a moment and said, I'm afraid our family has some private matters to deal with today. When Granduncle returns to the West Mountain Villa tomorrow, I'll invite you and Speaker Long to have tea together. When Gu Nianji heard that Hu Xiaoheng had decided to treat them on his own, she quickly signaled to Hu Xiaoheng to ask Grandfather Xie first. Hu Xiaoheng saw the look in her eyes and touched her head with his hand. He hung up the phone and said to Xie Xinqing, Granduncle, General Ji and Speaker Long want to visit you. I'll postpone it until tomorrow. I'll go to your villa in the West Mountain and invite them for tea. What do you think? Is it appropriate? Xie Xinqing waved his hand nonchalantly. You can make the decision. I don't have the patience to care about these things. The main purpose of his return to the country was to support Hu Xiaoheng and Gu Nianji, as well as to teach Hu Xuanong a lesson. As for other matters, he would meet them if he could handle it. If he couldn't, he would just decline. Xie Xinqing didn't need to be polite in front of General Ji and Speaker Long. The car drove into the Hu family's driveway in the military headquarters compound and stopped under the ginkgo tree in front of the door. Hu Xiaoheng got out of the car first, walked to the other side, and opened the door for Xie Xinqing. Xie Xinqing got out of the car and looked up at the Hu family mansion. Back then, he had personally sent off the only eldest daughter of the Xie family to get married. Later on, he had personally brought the only eldest daughter of the Xie family back. He was very familiar with this mansion. Gu Nianji got out of the car and stood beside Hu Xiaoheng with a serious expression. Xie Xinqing glanced at her and extended his arm to her again. He smiled and said, Little Nianji, help me in. Gu Nianji walked over and held Xie Xinqing's arm as they walked in. The guards at the entrance of the Hu manor saw that it was Hu Xiaoheng and didn't stop him. They even saluted and greeted him. Hu Xiaoheng raised his hand. Thank you for your hard work. Everyone passed through the iron gate and walked towards a small building with about 10 rooms. At this time, the sky was completely dark, and the LED umbrella-shaped street lamps that were half the height of a person gently illuminated the path under the army's feet. Hu Xiaoheng let Gu Nianji and Xie Xinqing walk in front, while he followed behind them alone. The two black uniformed staff carrying briefcases walked behind Hu Xiaoheng. The living room on the first floor of the Hu family mansion was brightly lit. Hu Xuanong sat in front of the sofa, leaning on his cane. He smiled as he watched Luo Jialan bring him a bowl of dessert. Hu Guanchen frowned and sat on the sofa opposite Hu Xuanong. He said, Why are you here again? Didn't you move away? Luo Jialan looked at Hu Xuanong in embarrassment and slowly lowered her head. She said softly, Uncle Hu, I'm just worried about the old man's health. Hu Xuanong had been getting along very well with Luo Jialan for the past 2 years. Although Luo Jialan was very young, she was very good at taking care of people. Hu Xuanong had a very good time with her. Therefore, After Luo Jialan moved out, she still came to the Hua family to see Hua Xuanong again and again under the guise of visiting Hua Xuanong. Hua Xuanong raised his eyelids and rolled his eyes at Hua Guanchen. Go back to your room. Jialan cares about me. What does it have to do with you? A person who ate, lived, and used their house had run back after being chased out by him, and now she actually said, what does it have to do with me? Hua Guanchen really felt that he had F***ed up. He stood up, a little annoyed. He had already told the guards at the entrance of the courtyard not to let Luo Jialan in again. In the end, as soon as Hua Xuanong appeared, the guards no longer stopped Luo Jialan. Hua Guanchen had been working overtime every day these days, so he didn't feel that there was a problem. Today, he occasionally came back early, but found that Luo Jialan was coming in and out of their house again. Father, don't you remember what I said last time? Hua Guanchen's tone was very cold. You said so many things. How would I know which one it was? Hua Xuanong was confused by him, indicating that he didn't remember. Okay, then I'll say it again. Hua Guanchen crossed his arms and was about to speak when a group of people walked in from the entrance of the living room. The two people in front were Gu Nianji and Xie Xinqing. Luo Jialan had been sitting next to Hua Xuanong with her head down. When she heard the sound of the door, she quickly looked up. With just one glance, she was stunned. The old man standing next to Gu Nianji looked so familiar. Wasn't he the head of the Xie family, Xie Xinqing, whom she had once seen from afar? She had been in the Xie family in Europe for more than a year, but she hadn't spoken to Xie Xinqing even once. She hadn't expected Gu Nianji to stand so intimately with the head of the Xie family. She was indeed a shameless B***tch. Luo Jialan secretly cursed Gu Nianji for being a slut. She wouldn't even let such an old man off. Gu Nianji stood next to Xie Xinqing, as obedient as a quail. She looked completely at a loss for what to do. Xie Xinqing patted the back of her hand. Don't worry, it's fine. Luo Jialan was already smiling and running over with a beaming face. Grandfather Xie is here. It's an honor to have you here. Xie Xinqing looked at her seriously and said, Are you a doctor or a nurse of the Hua family? Luo Jialan was stunned. Don't you remember me? I asked you if you're a doctor or a nurse of the Hua family. Don't you understand Chinese? Xie Xinqing said expressionlessly, but his tone was very heavy. Gu Nianji couldn't help but cower under the faint pressure. Needless to say, Luo Jialan was in a direct confrontation with Xie Xinqing. She was so scared that she was about to vomit. No, I'm neither a doctor nor a nurse of the Hua family. Luo Jialan stammered, Why didn't you inform me that you were here? We'll pick you up at the airport. You're neither a doctor nor a nurse. What are you doing at the Hua family's house in the middle of the night? Xie Xinqing refused to let her go. Are you a member of the Hua family? Luo Jialan. I used to be, but not anymore. But I grew up here and lived here for more than 20 years. This is like my home. Living here for a long time makes it your home. Even the children of my family wouldn't dare say that. Xie Xinqing snorted and led Gu Nianji around Luo Jialan to the center of the living room. When Hua Xuanong and Hua Guanchen saw that it was Xie Xinqing, they stood up in shock and were speechless. This was the second update of the day. The monthly ticket of 2,100 plus updates had arrived, Chapter 1309, It's My Home, Don't Stand on Ceremony. A reminder for everyone's monthly and recommended tickets. It was the third update at 8 p.m. Mwah. Chapter 1320. Hua Xuanong and Luo Jialan had been in Europe for more than a year, but Xie Xinqing hadn't visited them even once. At first, they thought that Xie Xinqing was too busy. After all, he was the head of the Xie family. How many things needed his approval every day? In the end, they found out later that Xie Xinqing was no longer in charge of the family affairs. Most of the family affairs had been handed over to his son to take care of. Only then did they know his attitude towards these two people. The two of them stayed in one of the Xia family's courtyards, not daring to cause any trouble. After returning from Europe, Xia Xinqing didn't send them off. Hu Xuanong didn't dare to see Xia Xinqing because of his wife, so Xia Xinqing didn't want to see them in Europe. He was actually relieved deep down in his heart, but it didn't look good on his face. If Gu Nianji hadn't helped Song Jining and Luo Xinxue in the lawsuit and implicated Zhang Feng, the Xies wouldn't have known about it and wouldn't have treated him so coldly. Thinking of this, Hu Xuanong's gaze toward Gu Nianji became even more sinister. Don't you think about whether you're worthy of hugging this thigh? Did she think that the Hu family would obediently marry her just because she was connected to the Xia family? This is China, not France. This was more than 100 years later, not more than 100 years ago. Hu Xuanong straightened his slightly hunched back. It's being cautious, right? I haven't seen you for many years, but you're still as strong as ever, ha 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 ha. Hu Xuanong smiled as he walked towards Xia Xinqing. Hu Guanchen glared at Hu Xiaoheng and stepped forward. Why didn't you inform us earlier that you were coming? Xia Xinqing was still kind to Hu Guanchen. After all, he was his nephew, and he had watched him grow up. His expression cleared up a little, and he nodded. I told Xiaoheng not to make a big fuss. I'm returning to China to deal with some personal matters. Hu Guanchen smiled and said, he's just being immature. Even if it's a private matter, it's still a matter of national importance. How can he just not say it? Xiaoheng, you should review this matter with the organization. You don't know what's important, and you don't know who's close to you. How is that how you do things? Hu Xiaoheng smiled and didn't say anything. Xia Xinqing couldn't take it anymore. He said angrily, what's wrong? Now that I'm not in my position, no one listens to my words. If Xiaoheng is punished by your organization because he listened to me, it seems like you don't want me to return to China at all. No. I said the wrong thing. Please don't be angry. Cold sweat broke out on Hu Guanchen's forehead as he quickly apologized to Xia Xinqing. Xia Xinqing suppressed the anger in his heart and said with a straight face, all right, we're all one family here. There's no need to be so formal. He led Gu Nianji to the group's sofa in the middle of the living room and sat down. Luo Zhelan clenched her fists tightly, unable to hide the jealousy and hatred in her eyes. She wanted to say that Gu Nianji wasn't a member of the Hu family, so why was she allowed to stay here? Even if they were engaged, they weren't legally married. Her surname wasn't Hua. Of course, she knew that picking on Gu Nianji at this time would only make Hu Xiaoheng and Xia Xinqing dislike her even more. Luo Zhelan took a deep breath and retreated in order to advance. Grandfather Hua, Uncle Hua, old Mr. Xia, take your time. I'll leave first. Xia Xinqing raised his eyes and glanced at her. He said coldly, did I say you could leave? Luo Zhelan's body stiffened and she looked at Hu Xuanong helplessly. Hu Xuanong quickly helped her out. Zhelan is here to take care of me. Ever since I retired, no one really cared about me. Only Zhelan remembered me and chatted with me like my granddaughter-in-law. He then gave Gu Nianji a provocative look. Gu Nianji knew that Hu Xuanong didn't like her and wanted Luo Zhelan to be Hu Xiaoheng's wife. She was mentally prepared, but when he said it out loud in front of so many people, she still felt her face burning and embarrassed. Luo Zhelan's expression didn't change. She quickly lowered her eyes and said with a smile, you flatter me, Grandfather Hua. She then said to Gu Nianji, Grandfather Hua was just joking. You won't be angry, will you? If you get angry over something like this, how will you live in the future? Don't think that you can sit back and enjoy the fruits of others' labor just because you married into the Hua family. There are many ways to teach her a lesson. Hu Xiaoheng frowned and didn't say anything. He only put one hand on Gu Nianji's shoulder and kissed her forehead comfortingly. Luo Jialan caught a glimpse of this scene from the corner of her eye. Her dignified and magnanimous expression could no longer be maintained, and a crack appeared on her face. They were so intimate. He didn't even try to avoid suspicion. She was still standing here. How dare he kiss another woman? And when his grandfather said that he wanted to treat her, Luo Jialan, as his granddaughter-in-law, he actually kissed another woman. How much did he not put her in his eyes? Luo Jialan was so angry that her entire body trembled. The resentment in her eyes stabbed at Gu Nianji like throwing knives. Gu Nianji buried her head in Hu Xiaoheng's arms and ignored her. Xie Xinqing took a step forward and stood in front of Gu Nianji. He looked at Luo Jialan, then at Hu Xuanong, and suddenly chuckled. He looked up at Hu Guanchen and said, "Guanchen, ever since your mother passed away, your family has become more and more unruly. Whose proper daughter-in-law and granddaughter-in-law hang out with their father-in-law and grandfather every day? You guys aren't ashamed, but I'm ashamed for you." These words were too harsh, and Luo Jialan was very anxious. If she couldn't even come to the Hu family and lose Hu Xuanong's powerful support, what else did she have? When Hu Xuanong heard this, his face turned as red as a piece of red cloth. "Xinqing, you're my uncle. I won't lower myself to your level. Aren't you afraid that Xian won't be able to rest in peace in the afterlife by saying such words? You still dare to mention Xian? If it weren't for the fact that you couldn't control yourself, would she have been so angry with you?" Xie Xinqing strode up to Hu Xuanong and raised his hand to slap him. When Hu Xuanong was in Europe, Xie Xinqing had been stopped by his son and had swallowed his anger. However, this time, because he had investigated the trust fund under Luo Jialan's name, he had found out some other information. Even Xie Xinqing's gentle and elegant son couldn't take it anymore, so he let him return to China to settle the score with Hu Xuanong. Xie Xinqing was too strong. This time, he had accumulated so much anger for so many years. He mercilessly hit Hu Xuanong until he saw stars. If it weren't for the fact that he was on crutches, he would have been slapped to the ground by Xie Xinqing. "How dare you hit me? It's illegal to hit someone." Hu Xuanong was so angry that he couldn't even speak properly. He covered the side of his face that had been slapped and looked at Hu Guanchen and Hu Xiaoheng. "Are you just going to watch your father and grandfather get beaten up like this by an outsider and do nothing? Outsider. Today, I'll show you what it means to be an outsider and an insider." Xie Xinqing pointed at Hu Xuanong angrily. "I'm Xian's biological brother. Seeing your uncle is like seeing your mother, do you understand? I represent Xian, and you say I'm an outsider. Do you not treat Xian as your wife? Fine, even though she's already dead, I can still get her to divorce you. Do you believe me?" Hu Xuanong's entire body trembled. He couldn't afford to lose face like this. His eyes darkened, and he pursed his lips. "You're really crazy. She's already dead, and you're still making a scene like this. Aren't you afraid that Xian will be disappointed?" "Who told her to be disappointed? Don't you know that?" Xie Xinqing put his hands behind his back and took a deep breath. "In that case, there's no need to say anything else today. I came here to stay for the night, but with your attitude, I'll leave right away." Luo Jialan was delighted. She wanted to quietly move closer to Hu Xuanong, but after what Xie Xinqing had said just now, she was too embarrassed to get too close to Hu Xuanong. Just as she was hesitating, Xie Xinqing added, "Then let's make a long story short. I came here specially to tell you that our Xia family is very satisfied with Nianji as our granddaughter-in-law. I'm here to add to her dowry. She doesn't have a family, so our Xia family will be her family from now on. Whoever makes things difficult for her will make things difficult for our Xia family." Hu Xuanong's lips parted and he trembled for a long time. In the end, he didn't dare to confront Xie Xinqing directly. Finally, he raised his hand dejectedly and said weakly, "Since you've said that, what else do I have to say? Anyway, I've never cared about the affairs of the younger generation. As long as you guys are happy. With that, he turned around and was about to go upstairs with his walking stick. Hu Xiaoheng finally stopped him. Grandfather, I want to ask about Uncle's will. Can you hand it over? Hu Xuanong suddenly stopped in his tracks, and his expression changed. Fortunately, his back was facing the crowd, so they couldn't see his expression. Hu Xuanong breathed a sigh of relief and quickly thought about how to respond. Luo Zhelan felt as if she had been struck by lightning. She staggered back a few steps and leaned against the mahogany vase support behind her. She stammered, "Will? Does my father have a will?" This was today's third update, Chapter 1310, The Outsider. A reminder for everyone's monthly votes and recommendation tickets. Good night, dear ones. Chapter 1321. Hu Xuanong slowly turned around. He had already made up his mind. Will? What will? His face showed a bewildered expression. You mean Guan Yuan? Tears fell from his eyes. If my Guan Yuan was still alive, how could he let outsiders bully his old father? Hu Xuanong stared at Hu Guanchen angrily. I can't control your son, but you're my son. How could you just watch someone humiliate me like this? Hu Guanchen frowned. Dad, what are you talking about? Who bullied you? He was saying that he wished he was the one who died, right? He would never be able to compare to his brother. Hu Guanchen felt extremely uncomfortable. He lowered his head and looked away. Hu Xuanong pointed at Xie Shenqing and said angrily, he slapped me in front of you just now, and you still say he didn't humiliate me. Will you only be happy if someone beats me to death? Hu Guanchen shook his head helplessly and said, how can uncle be an outsider? Wouldn't you make mother feel disappointed in the afterlife by saying that? Both of you are our elders. Please calm down, calm down. As he spoke, he walked to Xie Shenqing's side and quietly held his arm. He squeezed Gu Nianji to the side. You must be very tired after coming from afar. Let me take you to the guest room to rest. He turned a deaf ear to Hu Xiaoheng's questioning of Hu Xuanong and didn't intend to respond at all. In his opinion, if he wanted to ask about the will, he could ask about it at any other time. It was indeed a little too much to ask about it on the day of Xie Shenqing's visit. Although Hu Xuanong wasn't a good father and Hu Guanchen was very disappointed in him, he wouldn't embarrass Hu Xuanong in front of the younger generation. Hu Guanchen couldn't stop Xie Shenqing from slapping Hu Xuanong because both of them were his elders. Moreover, Xie Shenqing represented his mother, Xie Xian's family, so he did have a reason to slap Hu Xuanong, so he didn't stop him. However, Hu Xiaoheng was rude, so Hu Guanchen couldn't sit idly by. Xie Shenqing didn't buy Hu Guanchen's words. He raised his head and looked at Hu Xuanong. He said in a low voice, yes, where's Guan Yuan's will? Xiaoheng asked you for it. It should be with you, right? Hu Xuanong could tell that Hu Guanchen was still biased towards him, so he felt slightly better. At the end of the day, he was still his son. He could be relied on at crucial moments. Hu Xuanong snorted. That's my son's will. What does it have to do with you? Xie Shenqing, if you want me to respect you, you'd better not do those ridiculous things. Hitting someone in front of so many people? Was this the etiquette of the Xie family? Xie Shenqing was so angry that he laughed. Ha, why didn't you think that you would be laughed at for stealing your own head nurse? What's wrong with slapping you for my sister's sake? According to our family's rules, if you let my sister down, we can drown you in a pig cage. Nonsense. Hu Xuanong roared. Who would drown a man in a pig cage? If you want to soak someone, it should be a woman. Gender equality, Hu Xuanong. Didn't your organization teach you that? Xie Shenqing put his hands behind his back and said mockingly, Oh yes, you've been stripped of your military rank and fired from the army. It's over. Your organization doesn't want you anymore. How can you still have the face to stay here? This is my son's home. I can stay here as long as I want. Hua Xuanong's face was pale with anger. This was a great humiliation to him. He had been strong and worked hard all his life. He was one of the top figures in the entire Huaxia Empire's military, but in his old age, he had been brought down by a scandal. Hua Xuanong hated Zhang Feng for not keeping her mouth shut and dragging him down. However, he also hated Gu Nianji for exposing this matter and causing a huge uproar. Otherwise, how could he have ended up like this? He wouldn't let her in. She had used underhanded means to harm her own grandfather, yet she still wanted to marry into his family and become his granddaughter-in-law. No way. Alright, let's not talk about these things to divert attention, Hua Xiaoheng interrupted them calmly. The military has records that my uncle left a will before he carried out the mission, and it was handed over to my grandfather in the end. Even the military records had been found, so this matter probably wouldn't be so easy to clear up. Hua Xuanong's heart sank. He quickly glanced at Luo Zhelan and took a step forward. He pointed at Xie Shenqing and said angrily, "Aren't you afraid of retribution for slandering me like this? Zhang Feng and I were an accident." An accident? Ah. He clutched his chest, and his face suddenly wrinkled. His face turned purple, and he panted heavily. He waved one hand in the air and shouted, "Why is the power out? Where's the light? Why didn't you turn on the light?" Then, he took 2 steps back and bumped into the corner of the coffee table. He lost his footing, and with a loud bang, he fell backward and knocked over the coffee table. Dad! Hua Guanchen panicked and rushed up to hug Hua Xuanong, only to see that his face had already turned pale and he had fainted. Luo Zhelan also ran over and said, "Grandfather Hua's angina is acting up again. I have nitroglycerin tablets here." As she spoke, she took out a small bottle, poured out a pill from it, and handed it to Hua Guanchen. Hua Guanchen glanced at her. He guessed that she wouldn't dare to give him a poison to kill Hua Xuanong in front of everyone, so he stuffed it into Hua Xuanong's mouth and immediately said, "Call the hospital and call an ambulance." Luo Zhelan quickly took out her phone and made a call. Not long after, the ambulance stopped at their door with its siren blaring. Hua Guanchen carried Hua Xuanong into the ambulance. Luo Zhelan took the opportunity to get into the car and followed them all the way to the emergency room of the military general hospital. Although Hua Xuanong no longer had a military rank, his son, Hua Guanchen, and grandson, Hua Xiaoheng, were both figures of real power in the military. The military general hospital didn't dare to be negligent and sent the best team of doctors and nurses to treat him. Less than 10 minutes after he was pushed into the emergency room, Hua Xuanong had already woken up. The patient's mood isn't very stable. It's recommended that he stay in the hospital for 1 night for observation. He can be discharged after the data is normal. The attending doctor of the cardiology department of the military general hospital looked at the data detected by the equipment and reminded Hua Guanchen. Hua Guanchen nodded. It's best to stay for a few more days. Uncle Xie Shenqing looked at Hua Xuanong as if he had seen his mortal enemy, and Hua Guanchen also had a headache. No matter how wrong his old father was, Hua Guanchen couldn't continue to force him when he saw how sick he was. Luo Zhelan quickly said, "Uncle Hua, you can go back first. I'll take care of him here. You're old. It's not good for your health to stay up late." Hua Guanchen still had to go down to the basic level tomorrow for an inspection. Even if he wanted to stay here to accompany him, he didn't have the time. "Zhelan, you can go back. I'll call the orderlies over to take care of you. It's not convenient for a girl like you to be here." Hua Guanchen didn't want Luo Zhelan to have too much contact with Hua Xuanong. However, Hua Xuanong stopped her and said weakly, "Guanchen, let Zhelan stay here with me. She's taken care of me for almost 2 years, and she's more dedicated than anyone else. What else are you worried about? Hua Xuanong was the only person in the Hua family who was kind to Luo Zhelan. Hua Guanchen also knew that if Luo Zhelan didn't want to cut ties with the Hua family, she would serve Hua Xuanong with all her heart. This kind of thing should have been done by Hua Guanchen's wife, but he didn't have a wife now. Hua Xiaoheng's little fiancé, Gu Nianji, was delicate, and her personality was like a firecracker. The moment she appeared in front of Hua Xuanong, the two of them would probably clash head-on, let alone serve him. If that happened, Hua Xuanong would probably die of anger. Hua Guanchen didn't dare take the risk. After much consideration, he called his orderlies over and asked them to guard Hua Xuanong's bed with Luo Zhelan before leaving in a hurry. Hua Xiaoheng watched the ambulance leave from the door. He walked back and said to Xie Xinqing, "Granduncle, I'm really sorry to have embarrassed you. My grandfather suddenly fell ill. I don't think he'll have time to see you for a while." "Oh, it's okay. I'll call a cardiologist we're familiar with in the Xie family. He'll be here tomorrow to examine and treat him." Xie Xinqing shook his head nonchalantly. "It's getting late. I really need to rest. I still have to get used to the jet lag." Hua Xiaoheng gave Gu Nianji a look and asked her to take Xie Xinqing to the guest room upstairs. Gu Nianji took them to the guest room upstairs and carefully checked the facilities in the room. The toiletries were all brand new, and the bed sheets had been changed. She opened the refrigerator and looked inside. There were bottled mineral water and snacks. They were all fresh. Xie Xinqing's own 2 staff members also searched the room. Gu Nianji stopped being nosy and said to the 2 of them, "If you need anything, you can call this number. This is the internal line. Connect me to the orderly's internal affairs room." "Okay, got it." The 2 staff members were a little cold to Gu Nianji. They didn't look at her and casually sent her away. JavaScript, Gu Nianji secretly thought it was strange. She hadn't offended these 2 people. Why was he treating her with such disdain and disdain? It was as if she owed them 800 strings of money. Gu Nianji closed the door in confusion and left Xie Xinqing's guest room. She didn't have her own room in the Hua family mansion. She used to have one, but something happened later, so she stayed with Hua Xiaoheng in the suite on the first floor. Today was no exception. In the eyes of outsiders, they were already engaged, so it didn't matter if they lived together. Gu Nianji came down from the second floor and went straight to Hua Xiaoheng's large suite on the first floor. She went to the bathroom to wash her face, remove her makeup, and do her evening skincare routine. When she came out of the bathroom, she saw that it was getting late and was about to find a small bedroom to sleep in. When she came out, she saw a glass of milk on the coffee table in the living room. She walked over and covered it with her hand. The walls of the glass were warm, so it must have been freshly heated. It must be for her. Gu Nianji smiled and took a sip of the milk. Seeing that the light was still on in Hua Xiaoheng's room, she knocked on his door with the milk. "Come in." Hua Xiaoheng's slightly lazy, magnetic, and hoarse voice came from the bedroom. Gu Nianji's heart skipped a beat, and her ears turned red. She pushed the door open and went in. She frowned and complained, "Major General Hua, how did I offend Granduncle's 2 staff members? They seem to have a lot of opinions about me." Hua Xiaoheng sat on the single sofa beside the bed in the bedroom. He supported his head with one hand and placed the other on the armrest of the sofa. He stretched out his long legs and looked at her without batting an eyelid. He waved at her. "Come here, I'll tell you." Gu Nianji put down the milk and walked over. Hua Xiaoheng pulled her onto his lap and sat down. He wiped her body heavily. An old man in his 30s. Gu Nianji, this is the first chapter of the day, chapter 1311, an old man in his 30s. A reminder for everyone's monthly votes and recommendation votes. Today is the third chapter. At around 1 p.m., we will add 50,000 Chidian dollars to the first chapter that leader has tipped in August. At around 8 p.m., the third chapter. P.S. Thank you to leader Momo Moshi for tipping 50,000 Chidian dollars yesterday. Thank you to leader Meow Little Meow for tipping 10,000 Chidian dollars yesterday. Thank you to leader Heaven's Little Candy for tipping 10,000 Chidian dollars yesterday. Thank you to everyone for your birthday wishes and gifts. Chapter 1322. If you didn't tell me, I wouldn't have known that you were pretending to be a 30-year-old man online. Hua Xiaoheng's handsome face was cold, but his hands were doing something indescribable. Gu Nianji finally understood what was going on with the two staff members' attitudes. However, she had no time to think about anything else. Her heart was in turmoil. He took her to the sky for one moment and then to the ground for another. She gasped in his palm, her voice intermittent. Hua Xiaoheng suddenly stopped and whispered into her ear. I'm very old. No. You're not old. I'm not talking about you. I'm talking about myself. Gu Nianji's heart was in turmoil. She was on the verge of tears. Hurry up, Hua Xiaoheng remained motionless. Gu Nianji felt uncomfortable all over. She gritted her teeth and said angrily. You still say you're not old. She couldn't move. These words completely provoked Hua Xiaoheng. That night, Gu Nianji finally understood what it meant to be revenge from a 30-year-old man. It was never too late for a gentleman to take revenge. An old man had to seize every minute to take revenge. Late at night, in the high-end private ward of the Military General Hospital, Hua Xuanong woke up and said that he was hungry. He asked the orderly next to him to cook porridge for him. The orderly woke Luo Zhelan up and said, I'm going to make porridge for grandfather Hua. Help me look after him. Luo Zhelan rubbed her eyes and yawned. Okay, go ahead. After the orderly left, only Hua Xuanong and Luo Zhelan were left in the high-end single ward. Luo Zhelan breathed a sigh of relief when she saw that Hua Xuanong had woken up. She lowered her head and tucked Hua Xuanong in. Hua Xuanong waited for the orderly's footsteps to fade away before looking at Luo Zhelan and whispering. Zhelan, Xiaoheng found out about the will. Did you tell him? Of course not. Luo Zhelan denied it. I'm not stupid. Why would I say something like that? You've seen the situation now. I'm afraid our plan won't be able to be completed. Hua Xuanong said lightly and closed his eyes again. Luo Zhelan's heart skipped a beat, and her voice changed. What did you say? What do you mean? You promised me that if you helped me marry into the Hua family in Xiaoheng, I would transfer half of my father's trust fund to Zhang Wenjie. Did grandfather Hua want to go back on his word? You still want to marry Xiaoheng? Do you think that's possible? Hua Xuanong's lips twitched mockingly. I've worked hard enough, but once Xie Xinqing comes back, you have no chance of winning at all. If Xie Xinqing hadn't intervened, Hua Xuanong would have had some confidence. But now that Xie Xinqing had made it clear that he was supporting Gu Nianji, Hua Xuanong would be overestimating himself if he continued to go against him. Are you afraid of old Master Xie? Luo Zhelan asked softly. But last year in France, they treated you pretty well. If I hadn't retired, do you think I would be afraid of Xie Xinqing? Hua Xuanong snorted. You also know that if we take out the will, even Guanchen won't stand on our side. What do you think you can gain from this? Well, I won't marry you, and you can forget about my trust fund. Luo Zhelan became tough. It's very convenient for me. I can even buy a plane ticket to leave this country immediately. Really? Hua Xuanong suddenly opened his eyes. His eyes were like lightning, and he didn't look as senile as before. I'll tell you the truth. If you want to fight to the death, I'll make sure you lose everything. do you know how the property is divided in the will? You don't have a penny, and your mother only has half of my son's savings. The other half of his savings is to be donated to the Institute of High Energy Physics. And the trust fund under his name, he clearly stated that it would all be given to his nephew who is related by blood. He wants to give everything to his nephew, and you don't have a share. Luo Zhelan was so angry that her chest heaved violently. She clenched her fists and said, "You've been talking about the will for so long, but you haven't shown it to me. I don't believe it now. I don't believe a word of it. If my father had a will, why didn't he give it to my mother? You don't believe me now. You didn't believe me when you used the trust fund as a bargaining chip to marry Xiaoheng." Hu Xuanong said sharply, "The truth is, Wu Guanyuan does have a will, and you know why he didn't give it to your mother, because he doesn't have your mother in his heart at all." Luo Zhelan's tears fell. "Don't cry. I hate women crying the most." Hu Xuanong was impatient. How could he not know what kind of person Luo Zhelan was? After so many years, he had long seen through this person. The reason why he didn't expose her and allowed her to stay in the Hu family was because he needed her to help him divert attention and attract attention. Hu Xuanong, who was familiar with the art of war, also played a trick of building a plank road in the open. Luo Zhelan's crying stopped abruptly. She didn't continue to cry, but sobbed softly as she said, "You said that my father's will was to leave the trust fund to his nephew. And he has two nephews, Major General Hua and Zhang Wenjie. This trust fund is bound to be divided equally between the two of them. You promised me that as long as I gave half of the trust fund to Zhang Wenjie, you would help me marry Hu Xiaoheng. This way, I would bring the other half of the trust fund over as a dowry, and it wouldn't violate the declaration of the will." Hu Xuanong looked at Luo Zhelan with a dark expression. "Yes, but what's the situation now? Don't you know? Hu Xiaoheng refused to marry Luo Zhelan no matter what. He didn't even hesitate to bring the old master of the Xia family back to support Gunyanji. Others might not know why Xia Xinqing had suddenly returned to the country, but how could Hu Xuanong not know? His return this time definitely had something to do with Hu Xiaoheng. Xia Xinqing's brother-in-law had been afraid of his wife all his life. He doted on her and even asked others to do the same. He was really too controlling. Hu Xuanong had truly loved Xia Zian. Fortunately, she wasn't as unreasonable as her sister-in-law, but her temper was just as stubborn. After a long time, even the strongest love had been worn away. Zhang Feng, who was as gentle as water, had entered his sight. She had silently taken care of him for decades and had even secretly given birth to a son for him. This son also had a son and daughter. It was equivalent to him getting his son, grandson, and granddaughter without putting in anything. Although Zhang Feng had almost ruined Hu Xuanong's reputation, their son, grandson, and granddaughter were innocent. Hu Xuanong couldn't give them a title, so he could only compensate them in material terms. Unfortunately, the plan that had been planned for so many years was about to be completed, but it was cut off by Xia Xinqing. Luo Zhelan didn't care so much. She said stubbornly, "No matter what the situation is now, you can't not keep your promise to me. Otherwise, I can break up with you. Try it. If you dare to break up, I can make you lose everything." Hu Xuanong's voice was stern. He didn't look like he had just had a heart attack. Luo Zhelan was shocked and braced herself to say, "Don't be angry. I was wrong. That's not what I meant. I just said it out of anger. It's best if it's out of anger." Hu Xuanong closed his eyes again. "If you don't want to lose everything, do as I say." Luo Zhelan was distraught. She crossed her arms and walked around the ward a few times. She said, "But if they force you to take out the will, I'll still have nothing." According to Hu Xuanong, Luo Zhelan had no part in the division of the trust fund in Hu Guanyuan's will. At this moment, Luo Zhelan was also filled with deep resentment towards her nominal father. No matter what, her mother had married Huo Guanyuan. How could he pretend that she didn't exist? Luo Zhelan clenched her fists and glared at Huo Xuanong. Tell me, what can I do? Huo Xuanong opened his eyes. His expression was cold and gloomy. Transfer half of the trust fund to Zhang Wenjie immediately, and then I'll destroy the will. That way, no one would know that Huo Xiaoheng was also involved. Huo Xuanong knew very well that when his eldest son, Huo Guanyuan, made this will, he definitely didn't know that Huo Xuanong had an illegitimate son living outside, so the nephew he mentioned in the will was definitely only Huo Xiaoheng. As for why he didn't mention Huo Xiaoheng by name, it was probably to save face for Luo Xinchue and Song Jining. Huo Guanyuan also didn't know that other than Huo Xiaoheng, he also had a blood-related nephew named Zhang Wenjie. If he really wanted to take it to court, according to the will, Huo Xiaoheng and Zhang Wenjie would split the trust fund in half. But he couldn't take it to court. This was today's second update, Chapter 1312, More Serious. A reminder for everyone's monthly votes and recommendation votes. The first 50,000 Chidian dollars that President Ji Yu had tipped in August had been delivered. At around 8 p.m., the third update. Mwah. Chapter 1323. Huo Xuanong didn't dare and didn't want to make the will public because Huo Guanyuan's will had content that made him even more uneasy than the distribution of property, so he chose to keep it a secret. Destroy the will. Luo Zhelan was also thinking nervously. If she and her mother really didn't have a share in the will, then destroying it was indeed the best way. But what if Huo Xuanong was lying to her? Wouldn't she have lost half of her assets? Luo Zhelan looked at Huo Xuanong suspiciously. Can you let me see it with my own eyes? There's no proof. Heh, you want proof, right? Okay, then go to the court and talk about proof. Just wait to lose everything. Huo Xuanong closed his eyes and ignored Luo Zhelan. The older, the wiser. His calm demeanor made Luo Zhelan unable to doubt him. She had no choice but to believe that Huo Guanyuan's will really didn't include her and her mother. She believed this because if she were in Huo Guanyuan's shoes, she wouldn't have left all her assets to an outsider's child either. Of course, Huo Guanyuan had also left her and her mother enough assets to live a good life. However, this asset was nothing compared to the trust fund that Xie Zian had left Huo Guanyuan. Until now, the trust fund income transferred to her bank account every year was only 10% of the total income. This was because this was the percentage that Huo Guanyuan had set when he was alive. Huo Guanyuan had been a soldier at that time, so he didn't have much to spend. In fact, even 10% was too much for him. However, according to the trust fund's custody regulations, a certain percentage had to be transferred to the beneficiary every year, so he chose the lowest percentage. The rest was still in the trust fund and continued to be invested. After so many years of compounding interest, the trust fund had already become an astronomical figure. Just this 10% annual income had already reached 7 figures after 17 years. It wasn't until 2 years ago, when her background was exposed and Huo Xuanong had a showdown with her, that she realized that Huo Guanyuan still had a will with Huo Xuanong. No one could give up such a huge benefit. It was even more impossible for her to hand over the entire trust fund. She was struggling fiercely in her mind. It wasn't until the orderly walked in with a box of freshly cooked porridge that Luo Zhelan made up her mind. She served Huo Xuanong up to eat the porridge, then asked the orderly to wash the bowls, chopsticks, and food boxes. After the orderly left again, Luo Zhelan said to Huo Xuanong, I promise you. Huo Xuanong's expression didn't change, but he was excited inside. He had hidden for so many years just to wait for the most suitable time to transfer this fortune to Zhang Wenjie as compensation to his other son, Zhang Baoqin, for so many years. Okay, then go and settle the paperwork as soon as possible. The Xie family is here now. We can't disturb them. Huo Xuanong instructed Luo Zhelan. Find a trust fund custodian manager you're familiar with and ask him to complete the formalities for you. If you need Wenjia's identity documents, let me know immediately. I'll ask Wenjia to come over. Luo Jialan pursed her lips and reluctantly agreed, but said, but I did what we promised. What about you? You promised to help me marry Xiaoheng. Stop dreaming. I gave you half of my trust fund. Why can't you take the money and marry someone else? You can't even think about Xiaoheng. Hu Xuanong's face darkened. Don't be so shameless. Luo Jialan was so angry that she couldn't speak. This damned old man. He was tearing down the bridge before he even crossed it. If he were to fall into her hands one day, she'd make sure he'd die. Luo Jialan suppressed the anger in her heart and nodded. She looked at her phone and said, okay, I'll call Switzerland right away. It was around 10 o'clock in the morning in Zurich, Switzerland, and it was the time for the staff of the Trust Fund Custodian Agency to go to work. Luo Jialan walked out of Hu Xuanong's ward and came to the lawn outside the hospital. She looked at the starry sky above her head and dialed a number. She was a big client, and the phone had only rung twice when someone picked up. Hello, Ms. Hua. How can I help you? Luo Jialan's face darkened as she said, I want to change half of the fund's beneficiary. How long will it take to complete the formalities? The other party was a little surprised and quickly said, this situation is more complicated. I need to check before I can answer you. How long will it take? I'm in a hurry. Luo Jialan said impatiently, if you can't change it for me quickly, I'll transfer the fund back to the country immediately. She was threatening the other party. What fund managers were most afraid of was fund redemption. It was like a bank run that could bankrupt them. Therefore, he quickly said, got it, I'll check it now. The person opened the terms of the fund on the computer regarding the change of beneficiary and read it quickly. He said to Luo Jialan over the phone, Ms. Hua, if you want to change the beneficiary of the fund, you need your certificate of consent to the change, as well as the other party's identity documents, such as passport, health certificate, and birth certificate. You're Chinese nationals, so you also need a copy of the other party's ID card. In addition, you also need to provide the other party's bank account number so that we can transfer the annual income to his bank account in proportion. Luo Jialan pursed her lips and said, last time, it didn't seem that troublesome to change the beneficiary to my name. Last time, it was an inheritance. All you needed to do was produce the original beneficiary's death certificate and will. You said that there was no will, so according to the law, the death certificate and the legally permitted order of inheritance are enough. The trust fund had strict legal provisions to ensure the distribution of benefits between the beneficiary and the trustor. Luo Jialan calmed down a little and her tone softened. Okay, I'll send you the things right away. May I ask how soon it will take effect after these requirements are met? After all the conditions are met, it can take effect as soon as possible. The person said to Luo Jialan very attentively, our fund has helped you manage it for more than 10 years, and our annual income is beating thief. You can rest assured that we can take care of it. Okay, I trust you. Luo Jialan complimented him a few times and hung up. She took a deep breath, but her chest was still very depressed. Why wasn't she the one marrying Hu Xiaoheng? Why was it Gu Nianji, that little orphan girl with nothing? Hu Xiaoheng, do you know what kind of huge benefits you've given up? Luo Jialan clenched her fists. She wanted nothing more than to rush up to Hu Xiaoheng and question him. But there was no need for her to question him. Hu Xiaoheng had ordered Yin Shixiang to monitor Luo Jialan when he was in Russia. Her phone had already been installed with a Trojan horse program, and every word of her call today had been recorded. After Hu Xiaoheng went to the office in the morning, Yin Shixiang sent him the contents of the surveillance. After Hu Xiaoheng heard it, he sat alone in the office and thought for a while. He asked Yin Shixiang, has the hospital been monitored? Yin Shixiang shook his head. The coordinates show that Luo Jialan and grandfather Hua are in a high-end ward in the military general hospital. We didn't install any surveillance equipment there. Hua Xiaoheng didn't say anything. He just looked at him quietly and expressionlessly. Yin Shixiang quickly added, but the hospital has its own surveillance equipment. It's just that it can't record. There's only a picture. Is that okay? This was today's third update, Chapter 1313, The Deal. A reminder for everyone's monthly votes and recommendation tickets. Good night, Mwax. Mwax. Chapter 1324. Seeing that Hua Xiaoheng still hadn't said a word, Yin Shixiang's heart began to pound. He quickly said, Hua Xiao, I really wasn't careless. Grandfather Hua is staying in the VIP ward of the military general hospital. We can't listen in on him as we please. I have to apply and get a permit before I can monitor the high-class wards there. Hua Xuaneng had suddenly been hospitalized last night. They hadn't been able to get the permit in time even if they had applied overnight. Because there were too many confidentiality clauses involved, they had to go through the procedures step by step. In order to prevent the Special Operations Forces from having too much power, the Senate, the Cabinet, and the military all had very strong restrictions on them. They couldn't just do whatever they wanted. Hua Xiaoheng also knew this reason, but he didn't blame Yin Shixiang. He was just wondering if his grandfather's sudden illness was really due to anger, or was it because he wanted to find a safe place to talk. He would never underestimate the experience and wisdom of the older generation. Hua Xiaoheng thought about it for a while and said, Go to the hospital and get the surveillance footage from last night. Remember not to alert anyone. Go alone. Yes, Chief. Yin Shixiang immediately saluted and rushed to the surveillance room of the Army General Hospital. The surveillance in the hospital was only used to observe the condition of the ward. It was completely different from the surveillance of the special forces. When Yin Shixiang pulled up the surveillance footage of Hua Xuaneng's ward and fast-forwarded through it, he still didn't have any clues. Because the angle of the surveillance camera was aimed at the entire ward. The bed was right under the surveillance camera. Therefore, from the angle of the surveillance camera, they could only see the tops of Hua Xuaneng and Luo Jialan's heads. They couldn't even see their facial expressions clearly, let alone see how they spoke. Yin Shixiang sent this part of the surveillance to the cloud system and shared it with Hua Xiaoheng. Hua Xiaoheng opened the surveillance video in his office and watched it frame by frame. He looked very carefully, but just like Yin Shixiang, he didn't find anything. However, it could be seen that Luo Jialan and Old Master Hua had a very cautious conversation in the middle of the night. Their body language showed that they were very alert and nervous, but as for what they were talking about, only the two of them probably knew. Hua Xiaoheng turned off the surveillance camera and fell into deep thought until his phone rang and interrupted his thoughts. He looked at his phone. It was a call from Old Master Xia. After connecting the Bluetooth headset, Hua Xiaoheng stood up and put his hands in his trouser pockets. He walked to the window and greeted with a smile, Granduncle is awake. How was your rest last night? Xia Xinqing's hearty laughter came from the Bluetooth headset. Ha 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 ha, not bad. By the way, the breakfast at your house is average. Your father has already left. He said that he's going to the grassroots level to inspect the work. Your grandfather is in the hospital, and little Nianji is the only one at home with me. I wanted to ask you something. I'm going to take little Nianji to my villa in the West Mountains to get her bearings. What do you think? Sure. With Granduncle taking care of Nianji, of course I'm relieved. Hua Xiaoheng smiled and nodded. If Nianji has time, you can take her to learn the way. This meant that they would have to keep in touch in the future. Xia Xinqing nodded happily and said, If you're free today, come over to my place for a meal. Also, I have something to tell you. Yesterday, your grandfather suddenly fell ill. Did you find out what you wanted to know? Hu Xiaoheng remembered Luo Zhelan's phone call he had overheard and said, "I was just about to ask my uncle for a favor, or my cousin. If it's convenient for you, that would be even better." "What's so serious?" Xie Xinqing was interested. "Tell me about it." Hu Xiaoheng told him about the trust fund and asked, "If you want to change the beneficiary of the trust fund, how long will it take?" "Oh, I don't know much about that. Call your uncle and ask him to find a professional to explain it to you." As he spoke, Xie Xinqing had already asked his subordinate to call his son, Xie Beiqin. He said to him, "Beiqin, Xiaoheng has some questions to ask your fund expert. Can you help him find someone to ask right away?" Xie Beiqin immediately said, "No problem. I have a fund expert with me. If you have anything to say, you can ask him right away." As he spoke, he turned on the video call. Xie Xinqing wanted to pull Hu Xiaoheng in again, but Hu Xiaoheng declined politely. "It's not convenient for me to make a video call. I just need to hear what you guys are talking about." "Okay, I'll share the audio with you." Xie Xinqing didn't insist and turned on the audio for Hu Xiaoheng. In less than 5 minutes, they formed a remote video conference group to communicate. Gu Nianji's smiling face also appeared in the video. She smiled and greeted everyone, "Hi. Hello, I'm serious, Gu Nianji. Uncle Beiqin, can you hear me?" In the video, Xie Beiqin, who was in his 40s, was mature and steady. He chuckled. "I can hear you. Little Nianji has already called me uncle, so I can't run away with a greeting gift." He then asked for Gu Nianji's phone number and added her on WeChat. Then, with a light tap of his finger, a red packet of 190,000 euros appeared on their chat page. "This is a late 19th birthday present for little Nianji." Xie Beiqin deliberately teased Hu Xiaoheng. "Xiaoheng, I want to criticize you. I introduced you to so many girlfriends in the past, but you said you didn't want them. Now, you found a little girl. You're slapping me in the face." Gu Nianji happily opened the red packet and counted the 4 zeros after 19 happily. Seeing that Gu Nianji didn't mind, Hu Xiaoheng smiled and said, "Uncle, you must be joking. Let's talk business today. We'll have a long talk when you return to the country." "Okay." Xie Beiqin was also a busy person. After a few jokes, he asked the fund expert to answer the question. Hu Xiaoheng asked, "May I ask how long it will take for the trust fund to change the beneficiary?" The expert quickly said, "That's very simple. If all the conditions are in line with the regulations, it will take effect as long as the information is archived. That means that as long as you fax the necessary authorization change and the new beneficiary's identity documents, you can change the beneficiary in the system." Hu Xiaoheng was deep in thought. "Yes, that's the theory." The expert nodded and said politely, "Trust funds, especially irrevocable trust funds, are protected by very strict legal provisions. As long as everything the other party does is within the scope of the law, we have no reason to stop the other party's decision." Hu Xiaoheng frowned. "What if we need to stop them?" He couldn't let Luo Zhelan make any changes to the trust fund under Hu Guanyuan's name before he figured out what was going on with Hu Guanyuan's will. Need to stop them. The expert was confused. "May I ask if you can explain things more clearly?" Hu Xiaoheng thought about it carefully. He really didn't have a particularly legal reason to stop Luo Zhelan from changing the beneficiary of the fund. Firstly, he didn't have Hu Guanyuan's will in his hands. Secondly, Luo Zhelan had already inherited Hu Guanyuan's fund from her mother. She was already the owner of the trust fund and had complete control over it. What could he do to stop Luo Zhelan from exercising her ownership? Hu Xiaoheng fell into deep thought again. Xie Xinqing saw that he was silent, so he said to Xie Beiqin, "Xiaoheng is talking about the fund we checked a while ago. It's your aunt's inheritance. It was given to your eldest cousin, Hu Guanyuan, and later inherited by your eldest cousin's daughter, Hu Zhelan." Oh, it's this fund. I have an impression of it. Xia Beichen nodded. When Xiaoheng asked me to check, I found out that this fund had been transferred to a certain bank account in Germany, and it was a large sum of money. When Gu Nianji heard the words, a certain bank account in Germany, she suddenly looked up and asked blankly. What German bank account? Weren't we talking about Uncle Hua's trust fund? What does it have to do with a German bank account? Xia Beichen explained to her, we tracked down the flow of funds in this trust fund for the past 2 years and found that sometime last year, it was transferred to a bank account in Germany, which was the bank account of the German murderer, Seth's stepfather. Here, Nianji, I remember you were the defense lawyer in that case. The case was very exciting. Gu Nianji. She quickly switched to the text message page with Hu Xiaoheng and texted him, what the hell is going on? The trust fund that Luo Jialan inherited has something to do with the incident in Germany. Did she also have a part in hunting me down? Hu Xiaoheng was speechless. Wasn't Gu Nianji too smart? Just the phrase, a certain bank account in Germany, immediately reminded her of what had happened in Germany. This also meant that the trauma that incident had caused her had yet to recover. Hu Xiaoheng didn't know how to comfort her for a moment, so he just replied indifferently. We're still investigating it. Gu Nianji's hand was trembling as she held her phone. She didn't know how she had offended Luo Jialan. If it was just for Hu Xiaoheng, did she think that Hu Xiaoheng would marry her if she died? Not only was she out of her mind, but her entire body was covered in water. Luo Jialan was basically a jellyfish. Gu Nianji took 2 deep breaths to calm herself down. Hu Xiaoheng was still asking the expert. Is there really no way to stop it? Unless you can produce concrete evidence to prove that what she did was illegal, the trustee of the fund really has no reason to stop her from changing the beneficiary of the fund, the expert answered firmly. Gu Nianji listened for a long time and finally understood. It turned out that Luo Jialan wanted to change the beneficiary of Hu Guanyuan's trust fund, but Hu Xiaoheng thought that the ownership of the trust fund was questionable. He didn't want her to change it now, so he asked to stop it. However, the fund expert said that as long as it was legal, they had no right to stop it. Everyone had their reasons, but Gu Nianji was unconditionally on Hu Xiaoheng's side, so she had to think for Hu Xiaoheng's sake. Gu Nianji lowered her head and pondered for a while. She quickly found a breakthrough point and asked calmly, Mr. Expert, are you saying that as long as it's legal, we can't stop her from doing anything to the fund? Yes, that's what the legal provisions of the irrevocable trust fund say. Okay then. Gu Nianji looked up at the camera on Xie Xinqing's phone and quickly said, we request that the entire trust fund be frozen. You can't withdraw any proceeds, transfer any funds, or change any beneficiaries. Before the freeze is lifted, no one can do anything to this fund, including the owner of the fund, Luo Jialan. Ha! The fund expert's eyes widened like goldfish. What did you say? I've been explaining it for so long, but you still don't understand. There was no legal issue, so they couldn't stop Luo Jialan from doing anything. I understand, Gu Nianji continued, I'll immediately apply to the Swiss court for a freeze. The reason is that we suspect that the owner of this fund, Luo Jialan, is working with German criminals to launder money. The evidence is the large fund transfer that Uncle Beichen found. Because only the accusation of money laundering could achieve the effect of freezing it immediately. No other accusation was as swift and powerful as this one. The fund expert was so shocked by Gu Nianji's words that he couldn't come back to his senses for a long time. After a while, he gave her a thumbs up and praised her, that's amazing. You can even think of this. But aren't you only 19 years old? You know the law too. Are you really a lawyer? This was the first update of the day, chapter 13-14, she has a share too. A reminder for everyone's monthly votes and recommendation votes. Today was still the third update. At around 1 p.m., the monthly votes were increased to 2,400. At around 8 p.m., the third update. Mwah. Chapter 1325. Gu Nianji smiled and said, "You're exaggerating. I'm not that impressive. I just want to stall for time as quickly and as cheaply as possible." Although she knew very well that Luo Zhelan's money was most likely funding a contract murder, if this accusation was used, she would need to provide other evidence to the court and wait for the court to review it before deciding whether to freeze it. That would be too slow. Only the accusation of money laundering could immediately freeze the other party's funds as long as they provided proof of a suspicious fund transfer. They could slowly investigate, but the money could not be used for the time being. The fund expert rubbed his hands excitedly. Okay. That's a good reason. Legal and proper. When are you going to apply to the Swiss court? I guarantee that as soon as you submit the application, I'll get the fund custodian to freeze all the principal and income. Gu Nianji checked online and said, "Wait a minute. It's early in the morning in Switzerland. No one will accept my application even if I want to." The fund expert nodded repeatedly. "It's okay. Send us a message when your application is ready. We'll send someone to wait here 24 hours a day. We promise we won't delay your matters." Because two of the Xia family's most powerful figures were present, the fund expert was especially efficient. Gu Nianji agreed and said, "Then I'll go prepare the application to the Swiss court. I'll take my leave first. Uncle, bye-bye." "Uncle, I can't accompany you to the West Mountain Villa." Xia Xinqing smiled and said, it's fine. I'll stay here with you. Go ahead and do your work. We'll go together after you're done." He had made up his mind to spend more time with Gu Nianji. Xia Beichen was full of praise on the other end of the video call. "Little Nianji, the younger generation will surpass the older generation. Come to our place. Don't mess around with Xiaoheng. Come to Uncle's place. You can choose any handsome man you like. It's different every day." Hua Xiaoheng curled his lips and said in a low voice, "Uncle, I'm here." "Oh, are you jealous? It's a rare sight, ha 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 ha." Xia Beichen laughed happily and bid farewell to everyone. After the video call ended, Xia Xinqing continued to talk to Hua Xiaoheng on his phone. "Xiaoheng, little Nianji is such a treasure. You're so lucky." Xia Xinqing clicked his tongue. "If you hadn't made the first move, I would have abducted her to Europe to be my proper granddaughter-in-law." "Your granddaughter-in-law?" Hua Xiaoheng was speechless. "Wake up. You already have several great-grandchildren. Do you still need a granddaughter-in-law? Our Nianji won't marry a second marriage man." Xia Xinqing thought about it and realized that it was true. Among his grandchildren, the ones who were of the right age were all taken. The few who weren't were not even 10 years old yet. There were distant relatives of the right age, but Xia Xinqing couldn't bear to let such a good girl like Gu Nianji marry a distant relative of the Xia family. If that was the case, Hua Xiaoheng would be better off. After all, he was his sister's grandson. All right, I know you treasure your little fiancé." Xia Xinqing touched his head. "I'm going to watch TV. I haven't been back in China for a long time. I still need to familiarize myself with the country." Gu Nianji returned to Hua Xiaoheng's suite and immediately turned on her computer. She used her phone to send a message to Xia Beichen and asked them to fax the evidence of the fund transfer to her. She downloaded the procedure for submitting the complaint from the Swiss court's website, then began to fill out the form, write the complaint, and list the evidence. For a law student, this was all paperwork. As long as one had a certain level of legal literacy, care, and patience, it would be fine. However, to be on the safe side, Gu Nianji still made a very detailed document package for the complaint. From the cover letter to the listing of the evidence, everything was done in an orderly manner. She spent the entire morning and finally managed to fax her complaint to the Swiss court when it was just starting to work. For the time being, the Swiss court could not accept the complaint in electronic form. It had to be written in paper form. In addition to letters, faxes also had legal effect. Her pleadings were detailed and well organized. It didn't take long for the clerk of the other party's court to sort out the records and submit them to the judge. Because it was an urgent complaint related to money laundering, the judge also accepted it as soon as possible. After carefully reading the complaint and evidence submitted by Gu Nianji, the judge quickly agreed to file the case and issued a legally binding freezing order to the trust fund. Thus, it only took 2 hours for Gu Nianji to send the fax to the court to issue a freezing order to the trust fund in Switzerland. The fund expert who was guarding the fund custodian office didn't expect to receive an email from Gu Nianji, but a direct freezing order from the court. This meant that not only had Gu Nianji's complaint been accepted immediately, but it had also been approved immediately. This was a qualitative leap for the Swiss court, which was inefficient and often waited for several years for a case. The senior manager of the fund custodian office looked at the freezing order and was flabbergasted. He asked the fund expert, "What the hell is going on?" Yesterday, the owner of the fund, Ms. Hua, asked to change the beneficiary as soon as possible. Why was it frozen today? I'm afraid it was frozen because she wanted to change the beneficiary. The fund expert said with a smile and showed the court freezing order to the man. This is the court's order. You have to execute it immediately. That's no problem. With the court order, what are we afraid of? The man said with a cheeky smile. She can't redeem it even if it's frozen. Ha! In the afternoon, Luo Jialan felt her eyelids twitch for no reason. She rubbed her eyes and walked to Hu Xuanong's ward. She said softly, "How's it going on your side? Are the identity documents ready? They'll come to see me soon. I'll ask them to give you a copy of their identity cards." Hu Xuanong also whispered, "Just wait for a day. There's no hurry, right?" Luo Jialan nodded and tried to turn her back to the surveillance camera in the ward. "I'll make a call and ask." She dialed the number of the fund custodian office and asked, "I'm almost done with the procedures. Are you guys ready?" The fund manager on the other side actually changed his expression and said to her seriously, "What procedures? What do we need to prepare?" "I'm Luo Jialan, no, Hu Jialan, the owner of the trust fund. I asked to change the beneficiary of the fund. Have you forgotten? I just called you yesterday." Luo Jialan's voice grew louder. He was really too unreliable. What he said yesterday, he had already forgotten today. The man sneered and said in a drawn-out voice, "Oh, that matter, it's like this. We just received a freezing order from the Swiss court. You're suspected of money laundering, and your trust fund has been temporarily frozen." Luo Jialan's entire body trembled. It was as if a basin of cold water had been poured over her from head to toe. "You? What did you say?" Her voice suddenly rose, shrill and trembling. She trembled like a fallen leaf in the wind. Wherever her voice passed, there was only desolation. This was today's second update, Chapter 13-15, Opportunities are only for those who are prepared. A reminder for everyone's monthly and recommendation tickets. The monthly tickets were delivered at 2,400 plus updates. At around 8 p.m., the third update. Mwah. Chapter 13-26. I said, because someone accused you of money laundering, the Swiss court froze your trust fund. The person on the other end of the phone shrugged and said regretfully, "So we can't do anything to your trust fund for the time being. You can't change the beneficiary or withdraw the proceeds, so from now on, until the court's freeze order is lifted, we won't transfer your proceeds to your bank account." Luo Jialan's pupils constricted. "I can't withdraw the proceeds either." Isn't it illegal for you not to transfer the money to me? What are the terms of the trust fund? You have to transfer a certain percentage of the proceeds to me every month. Yes, that's right, but this clause can't conflict with the court's order. When the court issues an order, we must give priority to satisfying the court's requirements. This is also one of the terms of the trust fund. Luo Jialan clenched her fists tightly and closed her eyes. There were so many words in those terms, and she wasn't confident that she had read them. There was actually such a trap waiting for her. I haven't laundered money, don't slander me. Luo Jialan gritted her teeth. I want to find a lawyer. Who is framing me? No comment on that. You can contact the court. Of course you have to find a lawyer. Otherwise, are you going to respond to the lawsuit yourself? The trust fund's custodian manager said politely, okay, I still have something to do. I'll hang up first. If you need anything, email me. After saying that, he hung up without hesitation. Ever since Luo Jialan inherited the trust fund, this was the first time she had been treated so rudely by the custodian there. While she was angry, she also felt a trace of panic. What was going on? Why did they suddenly accuse her of laundering money? She could swear to God that she had never laundered money. In a moment of desperation, Luo Jialan dialed Kai Xingnan's number. Lawyer Kai, there's something you have to help me with. Hurry up. I can't wait. Luo Jialan said in a panic. Can you contact the Swiss court right away? Wait, what happened to you? Why are you contacting the Swiss court? Kai Xingnan's expression was also very ugly. I just received a subpoena from the imperial court. Song Jinning's lawsuit against you for intentional homicide has been filed by the court. What? Luo Jialan's voice rose again, trembling intermittently, like the yellow leaves on the ground being swept up by a whirlwind and shattered into pieces. This was simply like a leaky roof met with continuous rain, a ship late and then met with the first wind. Blessings never come in pairs, but misfortunes never come singly. Luo Jialan was anxious. Didn't you say that they didn't have evidence, that the prosecutor wouldn't accept it, and that the court wouldn't file a case? What was going on? Did they use the Huo family's power to force the court to file a case against me? Kai Xingnan looked at the subpoena with a gloomy expression and nodded. I guess they used their power for personal gain and obstructed justice. Despicable. How could they do this? Luo Jialan waved her fist fiercely. I won't let them succeed. Don't worry, I've already contacted the media. The Huo family will have to bear the consequences. Kai Xingnan smiled. Gu Nianji, let's see how much longer you can be so arrogant. Kai Xingnan's aunt, Kai Songyin, was originally a big shot in the media world and had the title of Queen of the Media. Unfortunately, because of her uncle-in-law, Tan Dongbang's connections, the court convicted her of election bribery and manipulation of the general election. The assets of the companies that participated in election bribery and manipulation of the general election were confiscated. She was sentenced to 5 years in prison, suspended for a year, and forced to retire. Kai Songyin was now living in seclusion at home and was under surveillance. However, although she couldn't appear in person, she could still use the connections and resources she had accumulated over the years. Kai Xingnan said, I'll contact the media right away. When will the domestic case be heard? Luo Jialan rubbed her temples. She was in a bad mood. In 2 weeks. Kai Xingnan chuckled. That's really early. Then put it aside for now. Help me find out what's going on with the Swiss court. How could my trust fund be suspected of money laundering? There's nothing like that. If there is, it's the trusteeship agency who did it. It has nothing to do with me. Kai Xingnan nodded. With one more lawsuit, we have to sign an additional attorney's agreement. I'll sign right away. Hurry up and help me settle the case in Switzerland. Luo Jialan said anxiously, I can't wait a moment longer. They've already frozen my trust fund. The smile on Kai Xingnan's face didn't change. Okay, I'll send you our new attorney's agreement right away. Not long after, Luo Jialan received a new attorney's agreement from Kai Xingnan. It was a case against the Swiss Court Trust Fund. When Luo Jialan saw the advance payment on it, her head buzzed, and her vision went black. She immediately called Kai Xingnan again and said angrily, You can explain this case by writing a letter. Why did you receive so much advance payment? The last case related to Song Jining, Kai Xingnan received an advance payment of $1 million from her. This time, it was $5 million. Hee, Miss Luo, I'm afraid you don't know that cases related to the economy are actually charged according to a certain percentage of the value of the subject matter. For example, if your trust fund is 10 million, I'll charge 1 million. If it's 100 million, I'll charge 10 million. If it's 1 billion, I'll charge 100 million for consulting fees. Your trust fund has more than 1 billion euros in capital, right? I'll only charge you an advance payment of $5 million, which is already a friendly price. Kai Xingnan said calmly, not caring about Luo Jialan's impolite tone at all. Luo Jialan was dumbfounded. If she could collect so much money, why didn't she go rob someone? However, at this juncture, she managed to hold back the anger in her heart. She took a deep breath and said, Okay, 5 million it is. I'll transfer it to you right away. Hurry up and settle the Swiss court for me. Explain that I've never laundered money at all. That's a false accusation. Kai Xingnan looked at the freezing order issued by the Swiss court while checking the case filing number. Then, she found the case code related to Luo Jialan. Her face turned green when she saw the lawyer's signature on it. It was Gu Nianji again. Was this woman trying to pick a fight with her? Kai Xingnan skimmed through all the complaints and called Luo Jialan with a cold face. The other party's complaint states that you transferred a large sum of money to a German bank account last year and are suspected of money laundering. Luo Jialan became even more flustered. What? What transfer? Why don't I remember? Her teeth were chattering, and her mind was filled with the thought, how is that possible? How is that possible? How did they know? Why would they look into something that happened almost a year ago? Didn't they say that users had a right to privacy? How could others know about her fund account movements? Luo Jialan angrily punched the wall of the ward. That trust fund custodian really tricked me. They even told others about this kind of thing. I'm going to sue them. Kai Xingnan calmly corrected her, this isn't a trust fund scamming you, but according to the European Union's anti-money laundering law, such a large cross-border transfer of funds must be reported to the bank regulator. The other party claimed that they found the information from the bank regulator and had nothing to do with your trust fund custodian. Then what should I do? Luo Jialan withered and leaned against the wall weakly. She couldn't even stand steadily. What should I do? Just explain to the court what that transfer was for, Kai Xingnan said casually. She didn't think it was a big deal. There were a lot of rich people who transferred money across borders. It was just a routine questioning by the court. They all liked to use money laundering to bluff, but most of them were false alarms. What? What was it for? Do I have to say it? Isn't this my personal privacy? Luo Jialan stammered. She couldn't say that it was to fund someone to get rid of Gu Nianji, could she? Wouldn't that mean that she had hired someone to kill her? This was a more serious crime than money laundering. What should she do? This was giving her a choice. Did she want money or her life? Who was so crafty? Who hated her so much? From this angle, no matter how she responded, there would be a huge pit waiting for her to jump into. Did they want her to die? This was today's third update, Chapter 1316, Money or Life. A reminder for everyone's monthly votes and recommendation tickets. Good night, dears. Wax. Chapter 1327. Who was it? Who sued me? Luo Jialan asked in a cold voice. She wanted to see who had eaten the heart of a bear and the guts of a leopard to want to put her to death. She, Luo Jialan, wasn't to be trifled with. Luo Jialan was venting her anger when she heard Kai Xingnan say with a hint of hatred, "Who else could it be? My sworn enemy, Gu Nianji. I knew she didn't like me and wanted to snatch everything from me. The chief legal advisor of the Senate, a big client like you, Miss Luo. In short, she had to interfere no matter what I did." Luo Jialan's heart trembled when she heard Gu Nianji's name. It's really her. Yes, her name was signed on the court file. It seems that she's very upset that you wanted to fake marry Major General Hua. She's targeting you, Kai Xingnan said with a smile on her face. Her chin was slightly raised, and she looked quite pleased with herself. Luo Jialan was silent for a moment, then said with a wry smile, "How much does she hate me? She wants to sue me at home, and she wants to sue me abroad. What kind of grudge do I have with her? Forget it. You want to steal her man, so why would she give you any face? Isn't it normal to sue you?" Kai Xingnan smiled easily. "But you don't have to worry. With me as your lawyer, Gu Nianji won't be able to get any benefits. Then can we prove that she's falsely accusing me out of personal spite?" Luo Jialan asked nervously. "Can you explain the dispute between me and her to the Swiss court?" "I'm afraid not," Kai Xingnan said tactfully. "The angle she's looking for is money laundering, not jealousy. So if you say that you and she had a bad relationship because of a man, so she deliberately took revenge on you, I believe you, but the Swiss court won't believe it. Then what should I do?" Luo Jialan became irritated. "This is my money. How can there be money laundering? Here's the thing. These are the basic procedures. Your money exceeds a certain limit, so you need to explain the whole story to the European Union's regulatory bank." Kai Xingnan patiently explained to her, for example, if you're borrowing money from someone, giving it as a gift, or using it for consumption. In short, just tell me the proper origin and purpose of the money. "Ah, it could be done this way." Luo Jialan felt relieved and quickly said, it's a gift to someone. Yes, you have to make it clear what the relationship between the person receiving the gift and you is. Is he a relative or a friend? Kai Xingnan began to fill in the form for Luo Jialan as she spoke on the phone. This questionnaire was the one that the European Union regulated banks had to answer regarding large financial transfers. Do they have to be relatives or friends? Luo Jialan asked carefully. Someone else had asked her to transfer money into that account. To be honest, before that, she had no idea who that account belonged to. If you're not a relative or a friend, then you're the prime suspect. Kai Xingnan stopped typing and stared at the laptop screen for a while. What's wrong? Can't you even tell me the truth? I'm telling the truth. Luo Jialan retorted subconsciously, a friend of mine actually asked me to transfer the money. I don't know who that account belongs to. You don't know who the account belongs to, yet you transferred such a large sum of money. Kai Xingnan sneered. It doesn't matter if you treat me like a fool, but the judges of the Swiss court and the European Union's banking regulators aren't to be trifled with. That sum of money was not a small sum. 5 million euros was first deposited into the bank account of Seth's stepfather, York, and later transferred by York to another bank account. That account was later proven to be controlled by Seth, the murderer who tortured and killed Li Haiqing. While Seth was on the run, he had been withdrawing cash from that bank account. Kai Xingnan flipped through the information about Seth and his stepfather, York, and shook her head. Who exactly is your friend? Did he trick you like that? Do you know who the bank account he asked you to transfer money to belongs to? Seth and his stepfather, York. Luo Jialan bit her lip and said stubbornly. I don't know them. Who are these two people? It's the case in Germany that caused a sensation on the entire Blue Planet last year. The case of the Huaxia Empire female exchange student being tortured and murdered. Kai Xingnan scoffed. I don't believe you don't know. Gu Nianji was also the plaintiff's lawyer in that case. She helped the dead Huaxia Empire female exchange student in the lawsuit. Not only did she win, but she also claimed a huge sum of money from the police station in Roslau, Germany. Luo Jialan's face turned pale as she muttered, I really don't know. I'm not interested in foreign news. Alright, it's okay if you don't know anything about this case. Kai Xingnan saw that Luo Jialan refused to admit it, so she didn't pursue the matter. She continued, then tell me your friend's name and ID number. I'll fill it in on the form as a favor for your friend. But for this, your friend needs to admit it. Luo Jialan's face turned even paler. She whispered, but she's already dead. Dead? Kai Xingnan's hand paused. She looked up at the computer screen and asked nervously, how did she die? I'm not sure either. I think she met pirates when she was traveling abroad and died in the Caribbean Sea. Her name is Yamaguchi Aiko. Luo Jialan's voice became softer and softer. What should we do? Do you need any more evidence? Dead? Kai Xingnan was stunned for a moment, then nodded and said, it's better if she's dead. Yes, I'll write her on it. Hey! Luo Jialan had a bad feeling about this. She didn't want Yamaguchi Aiko's name to appear on any documents related to her. However, Kai Xingnan was stubborn. She even said, all right then, if you don't bring Yamaguchi Aiko out, then you'll have to carry it yourself. I'll be honest with you, because Seth is a convicted murderer, and he was killed while he was on the run. If you can't get rid of this relationship, then it won't be as simple as money laundering. You might even be charged with complicity in murder. Luo Jialan covered her forehead with her hand and let out a long sigh. Murder again. Was she involved in murder? But honestly, she really didn't want to kill anyone. She was forced to do it. Kai Xingnan hung up the phone and began to help Luo Jialan draft a response to the Swiss court. Luo Jialan held her phone and looked up in a daze. Her gaze fell on Huashuanong, who was sitting on the hospital bed without saying a word. He stared at Luo Jialan with an unfathomable look in his eyes. Luo Jialan didn't have the time to figure out what Huashuanong meant. She was so anxious in Huashuanong's VIP ward that she was like an ant on a hot pan. Her face was pale, and she seemed to have aged more than 10 years in an instant. Huashuanong looked at her hysterical expression coldly and asked, what's wrong? What happened? Is there a problem with the trust fund? Luo Jialan couldn't hide it anymore. She turned to look at Huashuanong and said with a bitter face. My trust fund has been frozen. I can't transfer any funds for the time being, I can't withdraw any proceeds, and I can't change any beneficiaries. What? Huashuanong sat up straight. His eyes were about to pop out. Frozen. Who did it? What reason? Luo Jialan gritted her teeth and told him about Gu Nianji. It was Gu Nianji. She probably didn't want us to change the beneficiaries of the trust fund. Major General Hua asked you for my father's will yesterday. I highly suspect that they got news about the will from some source. So it's better to strike first. Huashuanong was furious when he heard that it was Gu Nianji. He pounded the hospital bed and said, call me. I want to call that little b*tch, Gu Nianji. What does it have to do with her mother that I'm dealing with the Hua family's assets? You called me. Call her to the ward. I want to ask her in person what she's up to. Hua Xuanong's words were exactly what Luo Jialan wanted. She immediately used the ward phone and dialed Gu Nianji's cell phone several times before handing it to Hua Xuanong. Gu Nianji happened to be in Xie Shenqing's car at the same time. After she was done suing Luo Jialan for money laundering in the Swiss court, Xie Shenqing said he would take her to his villa in the West Hills to get to know the way. Gu Nianji also wanted to go out for a walk, so she agreed. Before she left the 4th Ring Road, she received a call from an unknown number. Gu Nianji didn't want to pick up at first, but the other party persistently dialed. She checked the phone number, and it seemed to belong to the Imperial Military General Hospital. She remembered that Grandfather Hua had been sent to the Imperial Military General Hospital yesterday. She was worried that something had happened to Grandfather Hua, and it wasn't convenient for Hua Guanqin and Hua Xiaoheng to answer the phone, so she still picked up. She picked up the phone and just said, "Hello, may I ask?" Grandfather Hua's voice came from the phone. It was a little deliberate and a little forced, but it was still polite. "Nianji." Hua Xuanong's voice was still a little weak, as if he had just recovered from a serious illness. Gu Nianji's heart tightened, and she quickly said, "It's me. Grandfather Hua, how are you? Is there anything I can help you with?" "There's something. Can you come to my ward?" Hua Xuanong said as kindly as possible. "There's something that has to do with Xiaoheng. I want to ask you in person." Gu Nianji breathed a sigh of relief when she knew that Hua Xuanong was fine. If there was nothing else, she didn't want to have any contact with Hua Xuanong. "What's the matter? Can't you say it over the phone?" Gu Nianji asked tactfully. "I'm in my granduncle's car. I'm going to my granduncle's house as a guest." She had no choice but to use Xie Shenqing as a shield. Xie Shenqing looked at her with a smile and patted the back of her hand. He wasn't unhappy. Instead, he looked very approving. Gu Nianji knew that Hua Xuanong was very afraid of Xie Shenqing. But it didn't work this time. Hua Xuanong was still very insistent. "It's not convenient to talk over the phone. Also, your granduncle won't be going back right away. You can go visit him tomorrow, right? I'm different. I might not be able to breathe after a while and go just like that." "Hey, don't say that. I'll go right away, right away." Gu Nianji had no choice. The old man had even brought up his own life and death, so what reason did she have to refuse? Even if it was a dragon's pool or a tiger's den, she had to go. Of course, the Imperial Military General Hospital was still a very safe place. Gu Nianji hung up the phone and said to Xie Shenqing apologetically, "Granduncle, Grandfather Hua wants me to go to his ward now. He said he has something to tell me in person." "Okay, it's fine. I'll go with you." Xie Shenqing didn't care. He immediately asked the driver in front to turn around and drive towards the Imperial Military General Hospital. Gu Nianji thought about it and tried to call Hua Xiaoheng. The call went through on one try. "Nianji, what's wrong? Have you arrived at my granduncle's house?" Hua Xiaoheng was organizing his documents at his desk as he spoke to her through his Bluetooth headset. Gu Nianji blinked and said, "So you're free. Grandfather Hua called me just now and asked me to go to his ward immediately. He said he had something to tell me about you. I'm going to the Imperial Military General Hospital with my granduncle now." Hua Xiaoheng was slightly taken aback. "Something about me? What about me?" "How would I know?" "You'll know when you get there." Gu Nianji relaxed. "Maybe it's something embarrassing about your childhood, Mr. Hua." Hua Xiaoheng curled his lips. "You're thinking too much, Mrs. Hua." "Wait, I'll go too. Let's meet at the entrance of the Imperial Military General Hospital." This is the first chapter of the day, Chapter 13-17, Strike First and Gain the Upper Hand. A reminder for everyone about the monthly votes and recommendation votes. It's still the third watch today. At around 1:00 in the afternoon, the monthly votes will be added at 2,700 in advance. I don't think it's 2,700 yet, but it's not far from it. At around 8:00 in the evening, the third watch. P.S. Thank you to Helen 3500 Meatball and Beth 1211 for the 10,000 Chidian coins each yesterday. Thank you to Sing for the 10,000 Chidian coins each yesterday. Mwah. Chapter 13:28. Gu Nianji grunted softly. She had never been very lively in front of unfamiliar people. Xie Xinqing asked with a smile, Xiaoheng is going too. Gu Nianji nodded. Granduncle is so smart. Major General Hua did say to go with us and asked us to wait for him at the entrance of the Military General Hospital. Xie Xinqing nodded approvingly. Okay, he should indeed take you with him. You're not married to him yet, so how can you meet the male elders of their family alone? Especially people like father-in-law and grandfather, they have to avoid arousing suspicion. Gu Nianji shrunk her neck in shame. Because she and Hua Xiaoheng had already gotten their marriage certificate. Legally speaking, she was indeed the daughter-in-law of the Hua family. Of course, in the eyes of outsiders, they were only engaged and not married yet. Gu Nianji tried her best to act as if nothing had happened. She smiled and said, Granduncle is so nice. I know you're doing this for my own good. Of course. Xie Xinqing laughed heartily and patted her head. Don't pretend in front of Granduncle. It's good for girls to be more lively. Didn't Xiaoheng say that you're quite talkative? Why are you like a gourd with its mouth sawed off when you're with Granduncle? Gu Nianji's eyes flashed, and she couldn't hide her surprise. Really? As long as you don't think I'm talkative. She then said with a bitter face. Major General Hua's father and grandfather both like quiet and virtuous girls. They probably don't like my looks, they don't like you because there's something wrong with their taste. They can only see people who are lower than them, and not people who are better than them. Xie Xinqing wasn't actually a very good-tempered person, nor was he a patient person. However, he was very patient with Gu Nianji, and really treated her like a junior. Before he returned to the country, he had already asked his son, Xie Beichen, to collect a lot of information about Gu Nianji. Although the information the Xie family had collected wasn't particularly comprehensive compared to the information Hua Xiaoheng and the others had, the information he had seen was enough to make him love and pity Gu Nianji. Of course, most importantly, Gu Nianji was Hua Xiaoheng's most beloved woman, and Hua Xiaoheng was his biological sister, Xie Xian's most beloved grandson. Even if he loved her, Xie Xinqing would still value Gu Nianji very much. Moreover, Gu Nianji's biological aunt, Gu Tian, had once married a distant relative of the Xies. Speaking of which, they really were in-laws. There was no problem with the Xie family being Gu Nianji's family. Xie Xinqing didn't want Gu Nianji to be too restrained in front of him, so he smiled and said, You and Xie Qingying are cousins, right? Gu Nianji held her phone and said nervously. Xie Qingying is my cousin. Her mother Gu Tian is my aunt. But my aunt passed away a long time ago. I only met them recently, so I don't have much contact with them. Xie Qingying's father, Xie Dezhao, had remarried. His current in-law was the Long family of the famous speaker Long, so Gu Nianji was embarrassed to claim Xie Dezhao's relatives. Xie Qingying is a daughter of the Xie family. Since you're cousins with her, you're in-laws of the Xie family. What's there to be embarrassed about? Xie Xinqing could tell that Gu Nianji was a little like Hua Xiaoheng when he was young. No wonder he was the one who raised her. Xie Xinqing wanted to laugh. Gu Nianji nodded. I understand. I'll visit my cousin's family more in the future. If your cousin's family needs to visit, we need to visit even more. Xie Xinqing had already started planning Gu Nianji's wedding. Our Xia family and your Gu family are both abroad. The custom of foreign marriages is for the bride to hold the wedding. How about this? Our Xia family will hold the wedding for you and Xiaoheng. In a few days, when your uncle returns to China, we'll hold an engagement party for you and Xiaoheng at the Diaodai State Guest House. If you get married, where do you want to hold the wedding? Gu Nianji's heart pounded when she heard this. She wasn't ready to be a bride yet. After hesitating for a moment, she said honestly, I haven't thought about it yet. Can granduncle wait until I've thought about it? Ha ha ha. Yes, of course you can. Xia Xinqing laughed heartily. But don't think about it for too long. You have to understand our Xiaoheng's feelings. He's not young anymore. When Gu Nianji heard this, she couldn't help but think of the revenge from the 30-year-old man that day. Her face turned red and she immediately changed the topic. Is uncle going back to China? It's all thanks to him that we were able to successfully file a lawsuit against the trust fund. Gu Nianji had proposed to freeze the trust fund under Luo Jialan's name in the name of money laundering, but the plaintiff wasn't her. Instead, it was a person in charge of the European Union's banking regulator that Xia Beichen had hired to hire Gu Nianji to be the external lawyer of the European Union's banking regulator. Only then would she have the authority to file a complaint in the Swiss court. Yes, your uncle Beichen will be back in 2 weeks. These 2 weeks should be enough for them to prepare for an engagement party, Xia Xinqing said with a smile. He didn't need to worry about the specific preparations. The Xia family had professionals to take care of it. The old and young chatted along the way, and the atmosphere was very harmonious. When they were about to reach the Imperial Military General Hospital, Xia Xinqing received calls from General Ji, Speaker Long, and Prime Minister Bai Jianqing. All three of them expressed their sincere greetings and warm welcome to Xia Xinqing, and expressed their intention to visit him. Xia Xinqing smiled and exchanged a few pleasantries with them. In the end, he set the date for their visit tomorrow morning at the Xia family's villa in the West Mountains. After the call ended, the car had already arrived at the entrance of the Imperial Military General Hospital. Hu Xiaoheng's private car was already waiting there. Hu Xiaoheng's chauffeur greeted Xia Xinqing's chauffeur, and the two cars drove into the hospital one after another. They stopped in front of an 18-story building surrounded by green trees, lawns, and a winding pavilion that looked like a jade belt. Hu Xuanong's VIP ward was in this building. The car door opened, and Hu Xiaoheng got out of the car first. He walked to Xia Xinqing's car and opened the door for them. Xia Xinqing held Hu Xiaoheng's hand as he got out of the car. He looked up at the ordinary-looking high-rise building and said lightly, If your grandfather's illness is too serious, why don't we send him to a special sanatorium to recuperate? This kind of special sanatorium wasn't an ordinary one. Hu Xiaoheng smiled. Does granduncle have any recommendations? That depends on how well your grandfather recovers, Xia Xinqing said meaningfully. If he's already recovered, he naturally doesn't have to go. If he's terminally ill, for the sake of his safety, he naturally has to be sent to the best sanatorium. Hu Xiaoheng nodded. Granduncle has a point. Let's go see how my grandfather is recovering. Gu Nianji heard that the two of them seemed to be playing games. She glanced suspiciously at Hu Xiaoheng, then at Xia Xinqing, and pondered. The group of people arrived at the ward and saw that the door was ajar. Gu Nianji knocked on the door and said sweetly, Grandfather Hu. I'm Gu Nianji. Come in. Hu Xuanong's low and suppressed voice sounded, as if he was gritting his teeth. Gu Nianji, she turned to look at Hu Xiaoheng. Hu Xiaoheng gestured for her to enter with his gaze. When they arrived, Hu Guanchen's orderly was standing guard at the door. As soon as he saw Hu Xiaoheng arrive, he instinctively wanted to salute and greet him. Hu Xiaoheng raised his arm to stop him in time, so he only saluted. Gu Nianji pushed the door open and entered alone. She looked up and saw Hu Xuanong staring at her. His eyes were red as if they were bloodshot. Luo Jialan was actually here too. She stood by the window with her hands in the pockets of her dress pants. The window wasn't closed, and a breeze blew in through the half-open window. Her hair fluttered in the wind, and she looked like a fairy. Even Gu Nianji couldn't help praising her beauty in her heart, but as soon as she spoke, Gu Nianji thought expressionlessly, "I take back what I just said." Before grandfather Hua could speak, Luo Jialan had already attacked first. "Gu Nianji, why did you go to the Swiss court to sue me for money laundering? You clearly know that it wasn't money laundering. It was my legal income." "Oh. That's strange. How would I know that it wasn't money laundering?" Gu Nianji spread her hands and immediately understood that Hu Xuanong had called her over with ill intentions. Fortunately, Hu Xiaoheng and Xie Xinqing were both at the door, so she had nothing to be afraid of. "Stop pretending. Don't you know where the money went? You're deliberately using your power to get even. I'm going to sue you in court." Luo Jialan tried her best to remain calm, but the madness in her eyes and her trembling hands revealed her fear. "I really don't know where the money went." Gu Nianji's heart skipped a beat, and she immediately stared at Luo Jialan. "But you said I used my power to get even with you. Is it because you had a grudge against me in the past?" "After thinking about it, I only had a grudge against someone when I was in Germany." Gu Nianji took a step forward and narrowed her eyes to look at Luo Jialan. "Could it be that when I was being hunted down in Germany, you were also involved?" If that's the case, then I'm not using my power to get even with you. I'm seeking justice for myself. Heaven's net has a long arm, but it never escapes. Luo Jialan, you've already been charged with 2 counts of intentional homicide. I didn't want to kill you. Don't slander me." Luo Jialan forced herself to remain calm. "I'm not talking to you anymore. I'm waiting for my lawyer to come." She finally realized that talking to Gu Nianji was full of traps. She had only threatened her with 1 sentence, but Gu Nianji had already caught hold of her weakness. She almost wanted to counterattack. Luo Jialan was so nervous that her bile almost rolled out, and her mouth was filled with bitterness. This was today's second update, Chapter 13-18, Counterattack. A reminder for everyone's monthly and recommendation tickets. Monthly tickets for 2,700 plus updates were delivered. The third update was around 8:00 in the evening. Mwah. Chapter 13-29. In the past, Luo Jialan was also sharp-tongued and smart, but in the end, in front of Gu Nianji, she was beaten to a pulp at any time. What a good-for-nothing. Seeing that Luo Jialan was useless, Hu Xuanong said sinisterly, "Luo Jialan, how dare you? You haven't even married into our Hua family yet, and you dare to criticize our family's matters. What will happen if you marry into our family?" This was to use Gu Nianji and Hu Xiaoheng's marriage as bait to make her give up on pursuing the matter of Luo Jialan's trust fund. Gu Nianji looked at Hu Xuanong calmly and said dryly, "Grandfather Hua, I thought you were going to tell me about Major General Hua. Isn't the marriage between you and Xiaoheng important?" Hu Xuanong ordered with a sullen expression, "If you still want to marry into the family smoothly, then quickly withdraw the lawsuit. Otherwise, humph. Otherwise, why would you snort?" Xie Xinqing pushed the door open and walked in. He sneered. "Hu Xuanong, I didn't know that you were so concerned about your wife's trust fund." Xie Xinqing had actually followed them. Hu Xuanong panicked and secretly cursed Gu Nianji for being so cunning and meddlesome, but his expression remained calm. He smiled and said sarcastically, "Xinqing, you're here. Have a seat. I have something to tell Nianji." She grew up with Xiaoheng in the military camp, so she doesn't know much about the ways of the world. I'm teaching her how to behave. How is she ignorant of the ways of the world? I don't know. Can you tell me in detail? Xie Xinqing's expression was better than Hu Xuanong's. We're both thousand-year-old foxes, so why are you putting on an act in front of me? Huishuanong saw that Xie Xinqing was amiable and didn't scold him like he did at his house yesterday, so he felt slightly relieved. He quickly said, "It's the lawsuit in which she accused Jialan's trust fund of money laundering." This was impossible. Moreover, if this matter was reported to the court, it would embarrass Xiaoheng. How can Xiaoheng show his face in public with his identity? Xie Xinqing nodded. That makes sense. But I don't understand. You clearly said that it was Luo Jialan's trust fund, and Ninji also sued Luo Jialan for money laundering. What does it have to do with Xiaoheng? Huishuanong, his expression abruptly changed, and he was momentarily speechless. Luo Jialan was so anxious that she quickly sent a text message to Kai Xingnan asking why she hadn't come yet. Kai Xingnan had just walked out of the elevator on the floor where the ward was located. She looked up and suddenly saw a figure flash at the end of the corridor, heading towards the stairwell. From the back, it looked like Hu Xiaoheng. But when he took a closer look, there was no one except for the soldier standing guard at the door of the ward. Kai Xingnan took a few hurried steps and came to the stairwell. She stuck her head out and looked around. There was indeed no one. Unwilling to give up, she walked to the door of the ward and asked the soldier on guard, "Did you see anyone go in from here just now?" She pointed in the direction of the stairwell. The soldier was Hu Guanchen's orderly. Upon receiving Hu Xiaoheng's instructions, he immediately replied, "No." Kai Xingnan thought that her eyes were playing tricks on her. She mocked herself in her heart for really dreaming about what you think about during the day. She pushed open the door to Huishuanong's ward and walked in. Kai Xingnan saw that the spacious ward was packed full. Huishuanong sat on the hospital bed and glared at Gu Nianji. Luo Jialan stood by the window with her arms crossed, her face full of anxiety. Gu Nianji stood with her back facing her. Her slender back and undulating figure were really an eyesore to look at. An old man with an extraordinary bearing stood beside Gu Nianji. Although he had his hands behind his back, he looked like he would reach out to help Gu Nianji at any time. There were also two tall men in black suits standing on either side of the old man. Who was this? Luo Jialan hadn't mentioned on the phone that there was anyone else besides Gu Nianji. Kai Xingnan couldn't help glancing at Luo Jialan. Luo Jialan let out a long sigh when she saw Kai Xingnan come in. She quickly said, "My lawyer is here." "Gu Nianji, I won't tell you. I'll let my lawyer tell you." Gu Nianji turned around and saw that it was Kai Xingnan who had come in. She was a little amused and nodded at her. She said generously, "Hello, Lawyer Kai." Kai Xingnan saw that Gu Nianji was polite and despised her for being too hypocritical. Unfortunately, all men fell for it. She nodded and said politely, "Hello, Lawyer Gu." "Hello, Grandfather Hua." Then she looked at the old man standing next to Gu Nianji. "This is..." Of course, Gu Nianji wouldn't introduce him to her. The ward suddenly fell silent. Luo Jialan had no choice but to bite the bullet and say, "This is Grandfather Xie, the head of the Xie family in France." He was actually the head of the Xie family in France. Kai Xingnan was ecstatic. She was so lucky. This old man, who lived in seclusion and rarely saw anyone, had allowed her to meet him in person here. Back then, her father had put in a lot of effort and even invited him to join in the name of the Council of 100, an elite Chinese organization on Blue Planet, but he had politely declined. If she could win over this old man, her father's position in the Council of 100 would definitely rise to the next level. Kai Xingnan couldn't even care less about her client, Luo Jialan. She quickly walked up to Xie Xinqing and greeted him very politely. "Are you Grandfather Xie?" "Hello, I'm Kai Xingnan. My father is Kai Sumin. A few years ago, he invited you to join the Council of 100, an elite Chinese organization on Blue Planet. do you still remember? Xia Xinqing didn't say anything. The two staff members beside him had already raised their hands to stop Kai Xingnan from approaching. Lawyer Kai, please stop. Kai Xingnan awkwardly stopped in her tracks and smiled, but she glared at Gu Nianji from the corner of her eyes. Why was Gu Nianji so close to the head of the Xia family? Her parents were dead, so how could her family be as prominent as her own? As she lamented that grandfather Xia was blind, she made up her mind to show off her abilities in front of Xia Xinqing. She turned to ask Luo Zhelan, Miss Luo, why did you call me here? Luo Zhelan quickly said, Gu Nianji just won't believe that I didn't launder money. Help me persuade her. Kai Xingnan nodded and said to Gu Nianji expressionlessly, my client, Luo Zhelan, told me. She didn't actually want to transfer the money. She lent it to her friend. Friend? Who? The owner of the bank account, York. Or York's son, Seth. Gu Nianji chuckled and said lightly, Luo Zhelan, how come I didn't know that you were friends with York and Seth? When did you meet? How long have you been dating? Is there any evidence that you're friends with them? Luo Zhelan froze for a moment and looked at Kai Xingnan for help. Kai Xingnan was also speechless. She had only said friend, and she had so many questions. If she liked to show off so much, why didn't she become an actress? Kai Xingnan cursed Gu Nianji silently, but she still shook her head with a smile. I didn't say that her friend was York or Seth. Lawyer Gu is so used to talking to herself. Don't you want any evidence at all? Gu Nianji smiled and spread her hands. I can only speculate about their relationship based on the existing facts. As for evidence, shouldn't you be the one providing it? Kai Xingnan said confidently, her friend isn't York or Seth, so your speculations are baseless. Then who is her friend? Gu Nianji immediately asked. Yamaguchi Aiko. Kai Xingnan smiled at Gu Nianji and thought to herself, hurry up and ask. I'm about to slap you in the face. Because she knew that Gu Nianji's next step would be to ask Yamaguchi Aiko to testify. And Yamaguchi Aiko was long dead. How could she testify? However, Gu Nianji's reaction seemed to be a beat too slow. She turned to look at Luo Zhelan and repeated, Yamaguchi Aiko. Her friend is Yamaguchi Aiko. Yes, do you have any questions? Kai Xingnan raised her chin proudly, but she didn't feel happy when she saw Luo Zhelan. Instead, she was a little flustered. Gu Nianji didn't ask Yamaguchi Aiko any further. Instead, she narrowed her eyes at Luo Zhelan and asked slowly, Luo Zhelan, are you friends with Yamaguchi Aiko? How did you meet? Can anyone prove that you're friends? As far as I know, you didn't have the chance to meet Yamaguchi Aiko when you were in the country. Before Luo Zhelan went to France, she was still with Zhelan and had been living in the military compound. Because she had to take care of Song Jining, the security around her had always been very high. It was impossible for someone like Yamaguchi Aiko to get close to her without Hua Xiaoheng knowing. Therefore, Gu Nianji had a hunch that Luo Zhelan must have met Yamaguchi Aiko when she went to France with Hua Xiaoheng to relax. At that time, Luo Zhelan had nothing to do with Song Jining. Besides, Song Jining had already woken up, so she didn't need to be taken care of. Therefore, Luo Zhelan's security level was cancelled. Kai Xingnan was slightly taken aback. From what Gu Nianji said, she seemed to know Yamaguchi Aiko as well. What was going on? Kai Xingnan looked suspiciously between Gu Nianji and Luo Zhelan. Luo Zhelan looked at Kai Xingnan anxiously, wanting her to speak up for her. Gu Nianji also looked at Kai Xingnan. Lawyer Kai, if your client doesn't speak, then you speak up for her. I'm sure you know how to prove that Yamaguchi Aiko and Luo Zhelan are friends, right? There was something fishy going on between Yamaguchi Aiko and Luo Zhelan didn't tell her clearly. Kai Xingnan reacted instinctively and immediately said, "No, I don't know. My client said that her money was transferred at the request of her friend Yamaguchi Aiko. I don't know anything else, and she didn't tell me." Gu Nianji smiled. She knew that Kai Xingnan was a typical American lawyer. At a critical moment, the most important thing was to distance herself and protect her own interests, not the interests of the client. Gu Nianji's gaze fell on Luo Zhelan's pale face, and her voice softened. "Miss Luo, can you tell me how you became friends with Yamaguchi Aiko? Don't tell me that you two were best friends since childhood. You want to trick us like salted fish, but salted fish also have dignity and intelligence." Luo Zhelan still wanted to struggle. She pursed her lips and asked Kai Xingnan. "Lawyer Kai, do I have to say all this?" Kai Xingnan looked at Gu Nianji and said sullenly, "Lawyer Gu, we haven't even gone to court yet. Why are you already interrogating my client?" Gu Nianji didn't want to wait until court to question her. Yamaguchi Aiko, the long-lost name of Yamaguchi Aiko, suddenly entered her field of vision, and she was even related to Luo Zhelan. Gu Nianji almost couldn't control herself. Her fingernails almost dug a hole in the palm of her hand before she could calm down. Her mind raced, and she quickly found an excuse. She pretended to be relaxed and said, "Didn't grandfather Hua ask me to withdraw the lawsuit? If Miss Luo can prove that she was indeed helping a friend transfer the money, then it's not impossible to withdraw the lawsuit." When Hua Xuanong heard that she could withdraw the lawsuit, he immediately urged Luo Zhelan, "Then hurry up and tell me. What are you waiting for?" This was today's third update, Chapter 1319, Useless Thing. A reminder for everyone's monthly votes and recommendation tickets. Good night, dear ones. Chapter 1330. Luo Zhelan's mind was in a mess. Was she really going to say it? She actually didn't want to say too much about Yamaguchi Aiko. Firstly, Yamaguchi Aiko had reminded her not to mention their relationship to others. Secondly, what they had done together wasn't something that outsiders should know, especially not to Gu Nianji. But the temptation was too great. She thought about it again and again. If she could get Gu Nianji to drop the lawsuit by telling the truth, then the risk was worth it. Otherwise, she might really have nothing left. As someone who had once owned a huge fortune, asking her to give up such a huge fortune was like asking her to die. Since that was the case, she might as well take a gamble. Luo Zhelan thought that since Yamaguchi Aiko was already dead, she just had to push everything onto Yamaguchi Aiko. What was she going to say? She could only rely on her mouth. Could Gu Nianji go to the grave and drag Yamaguchi Aiko out for questioning? Gu Nianji waited for a while and thought that Luo Zhelan would insist on not saying it now. Just as she was about to give up, Luo Zhelan asked hesitantly. "If I tell you, will you really drop the lawsuit? Can you write it down in black and white?" Gu Nianji raised an eyebrow and thought to herself that she was actually trying to get something for nothing. This Luo Zhelan was really greedy. She didn't show it on her face at all. She smiled and said, "I can't lie to you. I said it depends. If it meets the requirements, we'll drop the lawsuit. If it doesn't, then I'm sorry, but this case will have to continue." Luo Zhelan was a little disappointed. "Really? What's the difference if I say it or not?" "Then don't say it." "It's fine with me. It's not my trust fund anyway. When you go to court, you'll have to say it all the same." Although Gu Nianji was anxious, she wouldn't show it. Instead, she retreated in order to advance. She looked like she was saying, "If you're willing to say it." At this moment, Grandfather Hua was really anxious. He frowned and said to Luo Zhelan, "What are you dawdling about? Hurry up and say it. It's more important to drop the lawsuit." She didn't say that she had to drop the lawsuit. Luo Zhelan still wanted to finalize the matter. She kept glancing at Kai Xingnan. This lawyer Kai had received her $5 million advance payment, but she didn't even fart. This money was too easy to earn. Luo Zhelan was deeply indignant and couldn't help saying to Kai Xingnan, "Lawyer Kai, what do you think?" "I can tell you, but can you guarantee that they will drop the lawsuit?" Kai Xingnan spread her hands. "I can't guarantee that." Luo Zhelan's face darkened and she said, "Then why do I need a lawyer?" Kai Xingnan smiled and didn't lower herself to her level. After all, no one would say no to money. Gu Nianji's eyes flashed. Luo Zhelan was going to find fault with her lawyer. If Kai Xingnan left in anger, then they would lack a strong support for their questioning today. Because only when Luo Zhelan's own lawyer was present would she be unable to retract her confession. Gu Nianji coughed lightly and added at the right time, "Lawyer Kai is a famous lawyer both at home and abroad. Miss Luo, you have Lawyer Kai to help you, so it won't be difficult for you to drop the lawsuit." Although Kai Xingnan knew that it wasn't a good thing to be praised by the other party, she still felt refreshed to hear such words come out of Gu Nianji's mouth. It was like eating raisins on Häagen-Dazs ice cream in her mouth during the hottest days. It was sweet and fragrant, and full of milk flavor. It was simply amazing. It was a pity that Hu Xiaoheng wasn't here. If he were here and heard Gu Nianji say that about her with his own ears, he would definitely look at her differently. Kai Xingnan was lost in thought. Luo Zhelan also felt that Kai Xingnan should be quite powerful, so she was a little more confident. She turned to look at Gu Nianji and said, "What do you want to ask?" She was going to answer Gu Nianji's question. Gu Nianji perked up and took out the recording pen. As she recorded, she asked, "Miss Luo, your lawyer just said that you didn't transfer the money yourself. You lent it to your friend. Is that true?" Luo Zhelan nodded. "Yes, that's true." Her voice calmed down and her eyes focused. She focused on organizing her answer, afraid that she would say something wrong. Gu Nianji asked again, "May I ask which friend you lent it to?" "Didn't I just say that?" Luo Zhelan frowned. "You forgot so quickly. Aren't you known as a genius girl with a photographic memory?" Gu Nianji chuckled. "That's because my peers are giving me face. Don't take it seriously. Please answer my question. May I ask which friend you lent it to?" Luo Zhelan snorted and pursed her lips. Her lips, which were painted red, opened and closed. "Yamaguchi Aiko, my lawyer just said that." Gu Nianji nodded. "May I ask how much money you lent to Yamaguchi Aiko?" Luo Zhelan hesitated for a moment and couldn't help glancing at Kai Xingnan. Kai Xingnan was lost in thought. Her eyes wandered and she had a half-smile on her face. Luo Zhelan had no choice but to say honestly, 5 million euros. 5 million euros is a lot. May I ask if you asked Yamaguchi Aiko to write an IOU when you lent it to her? Gu Nianji blinked and began to beat around the bush. She couldn't let Luo Zhelan see that she was really interested in Yamaguchi Aiko, so she tried to focus the question on the loan. Only by showing that she cared about the money Luo Zhelan had lent would Luo Zhelan relax her vigilance towards Yamaguchi Aiko. Gu Nianji could tell that every time Luo Zhelan mentioned Yamaguchi Aiko, she would shut her mouth tightly after saying a few words. This micro-expression showed that she didn't want to say more about Yamaguchi Aiko. It also showed that she was very wary of others digging up Yamaguchi Aiko. However, Gu Nianji was a veteran at interrogating people. She could speak with confidence even under the high pressure of being surrounded by everyone in the courtroom. Luo Zhelan's little trick was nothing to her. At that moment, Gu Nianji seemed to have changed into a different person. Her entire aura was different. She was no longer that pretty, soft, and adorable little girl who made people want to spoil her at first sight. Instead, she was a sharp-tongued, ruthless, and awe-inspiring court lawyer. In her field of expertise, her strong academic reserves allowed her to handle it with ease. As expected, Luo Jialan was confused by Gu Nianji's IOU. She frowned and said, "Yamaguchi Aiko is my friend. She borrowed money from me. How can I ask her to write an IOU? Even if she had written it, it would have been invalid now because Yamaguchi Aiko was already dead, and the debt would have been terminated because of her death." Luo Jialan could have given up on the claim. She had thought it through very clearly. Gu Nianji seemed to be completely following Luo Jialan's train of thought. She said regretfully, "I think the Swiss court will find it hard to believe that such a large sum of money was lent out without even an IOU. Unless what?" Luo Jialan thought about it and became anxious. That's right, how could she have forgotten? The Huaxia people could understand her and her friends' friendship, but those foreign devils couldn't. If it was a loan, they would definitely need an IOU. What should she do? Forge one at the last minute? What if she was exposed? Luo Jialan asked Gu Nianji eagerly. Unless what? Do you know? Unless you can prove that you and Yamaguchi Aiko are really good friends, so good that you don't have to write an IOU to borrow money from each other. You just have to promise it verbally. Gu Nianji nodded with a smile. Her eyes were filled with encouragement, and they fell on Luo Jialan like sunlight. Luo Jialan actually felt her heart warm up, and she couldn't help saying, "Oh, yes, I'm indeed very good friends with Yamaguchi Aiko. We're so good that we can borrow a lot of things from each other. Not to mention money. Besides, neither she nor I are people who can't afford it. 5 million euros might be a lot to others, but to us, it's just like ordinary people borrowing 500 yuan from each other. Do you guys need to write an IOU to borrow 500 yuan? Gu Nianji gave her a thumbs up approvingly. Well said, that's the point. For you, a year's worth of trust fund income is a lot, right? Only 10% of the trust fund income is transferred to my bank account every year, but that 10% is 7 figures, 10% a year was 7 figures in RMB, and a year's income was 8 figures. 5 million euros was only a year's income. Luo Jialan was very proud, and her aura immediately rose. Gu Nianji complimented her, really? Then you're really rich. You're a real Ms. Perfect. Luo Jialan completely relaxed and pursed her lips into a smile. She thought to herself that Gu Nianji wasn't that unreasonable after all. Only then did Gu Nianji leisurely change the topic to Yamaguchi Aiko. Then how did you meet? To be such good friends, it must have taken a long time to get along, right? Luo Jialan sank into her memories and said with a smile, I met her in a flower and tea art training class when I was in France. Really? You were in France at that time. I remember you accompanied grandfather Hua to the Xia family manor to relax. You actually had time to go to flower and tea art classes. Luo Jialan came back to her senses, and her smile turned into a bitter smile. Her eyes sparkled as she said, yes, I didn't have many friends in France. Sometimes I felt depressed, so I went out and signed up for many training classes. I see. You guys went to relax, but you're still depressed. It looks like the Xia family isn't very friendly to you guys. Gu Nianji gave grandfather Xia a meaningful look. Grandfather Xia didn't mind at all. He smiled with his hands behind his back and listened with relish. Gu Nianji, Luo Jialan was also a little embarrassed. She quickly glanced at grandfather Xia. Seeing that he wasn't unhappy, she quickly said, actually, it's not the Xia family's problem. It's me. At that time, I had just finished the lawsuit, and when I thought back to what happened to my father and mother, I naturally felt bad. Yes, that's understandable. Gu Nianji was embarrassed. Gu Nianji was the lead lawyer in that lawsuit, so of course she knew how miserable Luo Jialan was. If grandfather Hua hadn't turned around and taken her to France, Hua Xiaoheng would have sent Luo Jialan to prison at that time. Gu Nianji covered her mouth with her fist to conceal a cough, then asked, "Then what training classes did you sign up for?" "There was yoga, tea art, flower arrangement, fitness, and language. I just wanted to fill my life up so that I wouldn't have to think about those annoying things," Luo Zhelan admitted frankly. "And then you met Yamaguchi Aiko in the tea art and flower arrangement training classes." Gu Nianji made a mental note and continued to ask without batting an eyelid, what was she doing at the time? How old was she? What did she look like? She was doing business in Europe. She was in her mid-20s, right? She was fair and clean, had a silver plate face, a small mouth, straight black hair, and liked to wear black-rimmed glasses. She wasn't tall, and she was small and exquisite. She looked like a doll that looked like an ancient lady. Gu Nianji's heart skipped a beat, and she continued, "After you met Yamaguchi Aiko, was it because you two were the only Asians in the class, and you were about the same age, and she deliberately befriended you, that you two became good friends at first sight?" Luo Zhelan was dumbfounded. What kind of monster was this Gu Nianji? How did she know what she wanted to say? This was the first update of the day, Chapter 1320, Getting Something Empty-Handed. A reminder for everyone's monthly votes and recommendation votes. There were 2 updates today. My dear friends, if the monthly votes reached 3,000 tomorrow, it would be 3 updates. The second update was around 8:00 in the evening. Mwah. Chapter 1331. Although she didn't want to admit Gu Nianji's speculation, Luo Zhelan couldn't think of any other way to prove her friendship with Yamaguchi Aiko. She frowned and stared at Gu Nianji for a while before nodding. "Yes, she's a very nice person. We hit it off right away, really." Gu Nianji smiled sweetly. "You guys became good friends so quickly. So where is she from? What are your parents' names? Do you know where his permanent residence is?" Luo Zhelan didn't think much of it. "Are you going to check my account?" "Nope. Since you've become good friends at first sight, you should understand each other's basic situation, right? For example, where are you from, what are your parents' names, and where do you live? Does Yamaguchi Aiko know?" He was trying to put himself in someone else's shoes. Luo Zhelan pursed her lips. "He's not a child. Who would want to know about this? Besides, when we make friends, what we value is the other party's situation. What does it have to do with family background? Vulgar, very vulgar." "Oh, I thought it was human nature. After all, if one didn't know the other party's background, their friendship would be limited. Of course, Miss Luo and Yamaguchi Aiko's situation might be different. You two value each other, which is very good." Gu Nianji tilted her head. There was a hidden meaning behind her words. Luo Zhelan quickly agreed. "Of course, what we value is each other. We became good friends because we understood each other, not because of their family background. In other words, you don't know Yamaguchi Aiko's family background, and Yamaguchi Aiko doesn't know your family background?" Gu Nianji frowned slightly and put on a puzzled expression. "But why did she ask you to borrow 5 million euros? Normally, if someone didn't know about your financial situation, they wouldn't ask someone to borrow so much money, right?" Luo Zhelan, "Oh no, did I go too far?" Gu Nianji's question made sense. 5 million euros was not a small amount. Even she felt the pinch when she took it out. In a moment of desperation, Luo Zhelan remembered Gu Nianji's question and quickly filled in the blanks. Yes, most people wouldn't casually ask to borrow 5 million euros if they didn't know the other party's financial situation. But Yamaguchi Aiko knows a little about my family background. Think about it, I live in the Xia family's manor in France, and my surname is Hua. She knows my financial situation very well. I see. There are so many people with the surname Hua, and the Xia family owns a lot of manors. As far as I know, the place you guys are staying in France is an unused manor of average value. It belongs to a distant relative of the Xia family. Just based on these two circumstances, she was able to speculate that you had the ability to borrow 5 million euros without writing an IOU. I think it's really unusual. After Gu Nianji finished speaking, she smiled at Luo Zhelan. Does she think you're a fool? Or a sucker? Luo Zhelan was slightly sullen. Why are you scolding me? I'm not scolding you. I just feel pity for you. Gu Nianji spread her hands and raised her eyebrows slightly. The expression on her face was playful and sly. It's obvious that you don't know her family background, but she knows yours very well. She's targeting you. This is a trap. She sees that you're stupid and rich, so who else would she lie to if not you? You don't know anything about her, but you lent her 5 million euros without even writing an IOU. Such a sucker is unprecedented, isn't it? Gu Nianji changed the topic. Luo Zhelan's chest heaved in anger at Gu Nianji's indirect scolding. She was about to retort when Gu Nianji changed the topic and said, but as far as I know, Miss Luo isn't an ignorant sucker, so why did you lend her money? What's the real reason? It'll be very difficult for you to clear the suspicion of money laundering. I said it's my own money. How is it money laundering? Luo Zhelan was annoyed. How is that reasonable? Assisting in money laundering is also money laundering. Gu Nianji's expression was slightly cold. If Yamaguchi Aiko is doing illegal business, you lend her money, and then she returns it to you. This is laundering the income from illegal business, commonly known as money laundering. Do you understand? If you don't explain why you lent the money to her, what she used it for, and whether she was doing legitimate business, then your suspicion of money laundering will become more and more obvious. Luo Zhelan was shocked by Gu Nianji's words, and her emotions fluctuated greatly. She immediately said, it's not that I don't know anything about her. She's doing business in Europe and needs money to flow. If I didn't know about this, why would I lend her money? Then what kind of legal business is Yamaguchi Aiko doing? Even if it's an investment, which industry is it in? Which company? These are all things that can be found out. Gu Nianji's topic began to revolve around Yamaguchi Aiko. Luo Zhelan thought to herself, she's in the business of killing people. Why would I tell you about these things? Just as she was thinking about how to continue making up stories, Kai Xingnan, who had been listening quietly from the side, suddenly said, this is Yamaguchi Aiko's problem. It has nothing to do with my client. My client is stupid. She treated the other party as a friend, but she didn't expect to be deceived by the other party. So she was deceived of 5 million euros, and she wasn't cooperating with the other party to launder money. Kai Xingnan understood what she was getting at, so she quickly cut off Gu Nianji's line of questioning and stopped her from continuing to circle around Yamaguchi Aiko. Kai Xingnan had a feeling that there was something wrong with Yamaguchi Aiko. In that case, she could just push all the suspicions onto Yamaguchi Aiko. Yamaguchi Aiko was already a dead person anyway. As the saying goes, the dead can't testify. This was the best way to get away with it. Luo Zhelan didn't expect Kai Xingnan to call her stupid in front of so many people. She was instantly embarrassed and annoyed. But thinking about it carefully, Kai Xingnan's words were the most appropriate way to do it. Her words were unpleasant to hear, but they were effective. At least she was no longer suspected of cooperating with the money laundering, and she had become a victim. Luo Zhelan had no choice but to agree. She said with a wronged expression, yes, I was tricked by her. I didn't know her real situation and intentions. I trusted her. How would I know she was lying to me? Really? Then you were tricked. You were tricked out of such a large sum of money. TSK. Hurry up and call the police. Gu Nianji took out her phone. Do you want me to call the police for you? A French, Swiss, or German police call? Which country do you choose? Why should I call the police? Luo Jialan blurted out. Yamaguchi Aiko is dead. Who can I ask for money from? Gu Nianji, after a while, her expression was solemn as she said slowly, Yamaguchi Aiko is dead? Wouldn't that mean there's no evidence? Luo Jialan's eyes flickered as she looked away and smiled dryly. I don't quite understand. Anyway, I know she's dead. Death is the most important thing, so let's forget about it. How do you know she's dead? Where did she die? Did you see the body? Or did you attend the funeral? Gu Nianji refused to give up and continued to ask. Luo Jialan was almost driven crazy by her questions. She said impatiently, dead is dead. She died in the Caribbean Sea. I heard she was killed by pirates. I didn't see the body, and I didn't attend the funeral. Is that okay? What a coincidence. Did she really die in the Caribbean Sea? Gu Nianji's expression became even more solemn. To tell you the truth, when I returned to the Gu family in Barbados, I was ambushed by pirates in the Caribbean Sea near Barbados. The person who led the pirates to kill me was Yamaguchi Aiko. Luo Jialan. What the F***ck? Yamaguchi Aiko had hunted down Gu Nianji in the Caribbean Sea. As an assassin, she could be said to be very dedicated. But why wasn't Gu Nianji the one who died? Her face twitched, and she forced a smile. What a coincidence. Could it be that you've mistaken me for someone else? Gu Nianji looked down and took out her phone. She rummaged through the photo album on her phone for a while and said, I'm also worried that I've mistaken you for someone else. She found a photo, clicked on it, and showed it to Luo Jialan. Look, is this the person? Luo Jialan glanced at it. The photo that appeared on Gu Nianji's phone was a big head photo, just like the kind of photo that was aimed at her eyes when she left customs. The front was clear, and she was wearing a white silk blouse with a small round collar. Her long neck was exposed, and she didn't wear those black-rimmed glasses. She could see that her skin was fair, her face was like a silver plate, her small mouth, and straight black hair. It was the Yamaguchi Aiko in her memory. Luo Jialan nodded. That's her. Then she asked curiously, why do you have a photo of her? Are you sure this is Yamaguchi Aiko? Gu Nianji didn't answer directly. Take a closer look. You guys are so familiar with each other. You've been together for a few months, right? Only 2 months. Luo Jialan didn't notice the trap at all, and unknowingly told the truth. This is her. I recognize the mole on her neck the size of a grain of rice. Gu Nianji's face darkened. This is really fun. This person wasn't Yamaguchi Aiko, but Yamaguchi Yuko. Luo Jialan, what's the name of this friend you made? Do you really know? Or did you deliberately hide it and lie to her face? The last sentence was harsh and harsh. Luo Jialan's head buzzed, and she felt unwell. This was the second update of the day, chapter 1321, you can say she's very dedicated. A reminder for everyone's monthly votes and recommendation votes. There are 2 updates today. My dear friends, if the monthly votes reach 3,000 tomorrow, it will be 3 updates. Good night, everyone. Chapter 1332. Luo Jialan was flustered and stammered, How is that possible? Yamaguchi Yuko died a long time ago. She died more than a year earlier than Yamaguchi Aiko. Ha! Gu Nianji shushed her. You actually know Yamaguchi Yuko? Did Yamaguchi Aiko tell you that they were sisters? Yamaguchi Aiko had actually said this herself when she was hunting Gu Nianji in the Caribbean Sea. Gu Nianji actually didn't really believe her words, but it was still useful to use it to trick Luo Zhelan. Luo Zhelan didn't expect Gu Nianji to also know about the relationship between Yamaguchi Aiko and Yamaguchi Yuko. She quickly nodded and said, "That's right. I think you got the wrong photo, right? This is obviously Yamaguchi Aiko. She said she had a twin sister called Yamaguchi Yuko." "That's right." Gu Nianji clasped her hands. "Yamaguchi Aiko was hunting me down because she wanted to avenge her sister, Yamaguchi Yuko. Do you know that too?" Luo Zhelan almost blurted out, "I know." When Kai Xingnan heard this, she felt that she had to stop Luo Zhelan. "Miss Luo, you didn't tell me about this." She was also angry. It was obvious that the relationship between Luo Zhelan and Yamaguchi Aiko was more than just good friends borrowing money from each other, but she didn't say a word to her. Now that she had been tricked into revealing it, she turned around and blamed her for not fulfilling her responsibilities as a lawyer. Kai Xingnan cursed Luo Zhelan silently as she coughed and turned to look at Gu Nianji. "That's enough, Lawyer Gu. Your question now has nothing to do with your accusation of money laundering against my client. My client has no obligation to answer anything other than your accusation." Luo Zhelan understood now and immediately shut her mouth. She didn't say anything else. Gu Nianji looked up at Kai Xingnan and said lightly, "How is this a topic other than the accusation? Since Luo Zhelan and Yamaguchi Aiko have such close ties, and the owner of the account they transferred money to was hunting me down in Germany, and Yamaguchi Aiko herself was hunting me down in the Caribbean Sea, can you say that Luo Zhelan has nothing to do with these two hunts? What connection could there be? At most, my client made friends carelessly. Are you going to blame her for what her friends did?" Kai Xingnan sneered. Her expression was relaxed, which made Luo Zhelan feel a lot more at ease. If she didn't give Yamaguchi Aiko 5 million euros for free, I believe she really made a bad friend. But with such a large sum of money involved, you're telling me that she was careless in making friends? Sorry, that's because you have a problem with your IQ. You can't see such a simple logical connection. Gu Nianji mocked Kai Xingnan without hesitation. Kai Xingnan wasn't as easily manipulated by Gu Nianji as Luo Zhelan was. She just smiled and said, "Whether there's a logical connection or not depends on how the court rules. It's not whatever Lawyer Gu says." Gu Nianji's expression changed, and she said seriously, "That's right. It depends on how the court rules. It depends on whether you're willing to cover your eyes and pretend you can't see the evil in front of you, or if the judge and jury use normal thinking to reach a normal conclusion. In fact, Yamaguchi Aiko tried to kill me twice, and Luo Zhelan gave Yamaguchi Aiko money to assist her in her pursuit. It can be considered as an accomplice in murder. Not only do I want to sue Luo Zhelan for accomplice in murder, but I also want to add a huge punitive civil claim. Luo Zhelan, just wait until you lose everything." Luo Zhelan was so anxious that the veins on her forehead bulged. Gu Nianji had already sued her for attempting to murder Song Jining, and now she was going to sue her for assisting in Gu Nianji's murder. Was there an end to this? Luo Zhelan ignored Kai Xingnan's look and immediately said, "I said I lent her the money. I was also deceived. I lost such a large sum of money. Where am I going to cry? What else do you want?" Kai Xingnan quickly said, "My client was clearly deceived." "Are you blind? Deceived? Did you call the police? Did you seek compensation from Yamaguchi Aiko's estate?" Gu Nianji pressed. "If you didn't, how can you tell me that you were deceived?" Kai Xingnan sneered. "Isn't it just calling the police?" She lowered her head and texted Luo Zhelan on her phone, "It's up to you whether you want to call the police or not. If you don't call the police, you will be suspected of money laundering and accomplice in murder. If you call the police, these 2 charges can at least be cleared up quickly. Luo Jialan was puzzled, so she texted and asked, how do I clear up? Yamaguchi Aiko is already dead. What's the use of calling the police? Are you out of your mind? Kai Xingnan patiently explained to her, even if Yamaguchi Aiko is dead, her estate is still there. Someone in her family should have received her estate. We can seek compensation from the family who received Yamaguchi Aiko's estate. This way, Luo Jialan could get rid of at least 2 charges. Luo Jialan struggled for a long time. Her face alternated between red and white. She gritted her teeth and replied, call the police then. Why should I be afraid of her? Yamaguchi Aiko was dead anyway. Luo Jialan didn't leave any written evidence with Yamaguchi Aiko, so she shouldn't be afraid of Yamaguchi Aiko's family biting back at her. Besides, it wasn't certain if Yamaguchi Aiko had family. Luo Jialan remembered that Yamaguchi Aiko had vaguely told her that she and her sister, Yamaguchi Yuko, were dependent on each other and didn't have any other family. Now that both sisters were dead, Luo Jialan had no idea where their estate had gone. She didn't even know where their home was. But at this point, she only wanted to get rid of the 2 felony charges hanging over her head as soon as possible. Okay, then call the police. Kai Xingnan and Luo Jialan finished their discussion via text message. They came up to Gu Nianji and said, we've decided to call the police. Okay, then call the police right away. Gu Nianji held her phone. Do you want me to call the police? Kai Xingnan, she narrowed her eyes and looked at Gu Nianji suspiciously. Are you in such a hurry? Gu Nianji retracted her hand and smiled. No hurry, I'm not in a hurry. But if you want to delay it now, I don't have the time to compete with you in patience. If you don't call the police now, then I'll call the police. As she spoke, Gu Nianji pretended to dial the imperial capital's police hotline. Why are you calling the police? Kai Xingnan was even more suspicious. I'm Miss Luo's lawyer. You can't call the police without us, can you? Gu Nianji held the phone to her ear and looked at her in amusement. She said airily, who said I was going to call the police for you? I'm doing it for myself. For yourself. Luo Jialan's heart sank. What do you mean? What do you mean? Gu Nianji sneered. I saw the accomplice who was after me. Do you think I could just watch you escape? Of course I'm going to call the police. What? Kai Xingnan was also stunned. Are you really going to call the police and accuse my client of being Yamaguchi Aiko's accomplice? Of course. You guys are so protective of this Yamaguchi Aiko that I have no choice but to have reasonable suspicions. As she spoke, Gu Nianji was already dialing. Luo Jialan panicked and quickly took out her phone to call the police. Without waiting for Gu Nianji to speak, she said repeatedly, I'll call the police. I was scammed of money. She couldn't let Gu Nianji call the police first to accuse her of being the killer's accomplice, so she could only call the police first. The police officer on the other side seemed to be surprised as well. After a while, he asked, May I ask where you're from? Where did you get scammed of money? How much did you scam? Was it a phone scam or an internet scam? Luo Jialan came back to her senses and said nervously. I was scammed in Europe. They scammed me of 5 million euros. The police officer on the other side, how much were you scammed? 5 million euros. I have a bank transfer to prove the money. Luo Jialan calmed down and thought to herself, wasn't it just calling the police? Who wouldn't know how to do it? Then who scammed you of your money? Is she also a Huaxia Empire citizen? The police officer obviously felt that this case was probably not under their jurisdiction, so he asked in detail. Luo Jialan shook her head. She should be a Japanese citizen, right? Her name is Yamaguchi Aiko. The police officer on the other side entered the data and looked up the name Yamaguchi Aiko in the database. This was their working procedure. Every time, they would search the suspect database to see if there were any new discoveries. In the end, they found an unexpected result. He glanced at the information that had been retrieved, and the information stated that it was exclusive to the Special Operations Forces. He immediately became cautious and said to Luo Jialan kindly, "This case involves a huge amount of money. Can you explain it in more detail?" Luo Jialan glanced at Kai Xingnan. And she leaned over to the phone to listen. She nodded and said to the police officer, "I'm Miss Luo's lawyer. Here's what happened. In Huishuanong's VIP ward, Kai Xingnan and Luo Jialan could only be heard talking to the phone. Gu Nianji looked down at her phone. Hu Xiaoheng had sent her a text message asking her to stall for time. Her phone was on FaceTime with Hu Xiaoheng. Her phone was on silent, so Hu Xiaoheng's voice couldn't be heard, but the images and sounds on this side could be seen and heard through FaceTime. Hu Xiaoheng saw and heard it. Therefore, even though Hu Xiaoheng wasn't present, he knew everything that was going on in the ward like the back of his hand. Hu Xuanong, who was lying on the hospital bed, was dumbfounded as he watched the development of the situation. He vaguely felt that things were beyond his control. Xie Xinqing, on the other hand, had his hands behind his back the entire time. He smiled as he watched Gu Nianji press forward and drag Luo Jialan in. He and his two staff members felt as if they were watching a stage play. On the other end of the phone, the police officer had already contacted the Special Operations Forces and reported new clues related to Yamaguchi Aiko to them. In the corridor outside the ward, Hu Xiaoheng walked out of the dark corridor unhurriedly. As he spoke into his Bluetooth headset, he calmly issued an order, "All action teams, get ready. New clues have appeared. Immediately apply for legal procedures and take over the suspect from the Imperial Military General Hospital." He came to Hu Xuanong's ward and stood in front of it. He lit a cigarette and silently stood in front of the window in the corridor to smoke. The window was slightly open, and the evening breeze blew in with the faint fragrance of flowers. In the ward, Gu Nianji was still pestering Luo Jialan and Kai Xingnan. She was arguing about who should call the police and trying to stall for time for him. Not long after, the Special Operations Forces team arrived in front of Hu Xuanong's VIP ward. Hu Xiaoheng nodded at them. "Have you obtained the power of attorney, arrest warrant, and search warrant?" "Got it." The leader of the operation team in front showed him 3 documents. The power of attorney was obtained from the police station where Luo Jialan had just reported the case, and the arrest warrant and search warrant were obtained from the court. Hu Xiaoheng still didn't go in. He said to the team leader, "Take 2 people in first. Don't be in a hurry to arrest them. Just show them your IDs." What he wanted was for these people to intimidate Luo Jialan psychologically. As Hu Xiaoheng spoke, he sent a text message to Gu Nianji's phone, "Calm Luo Jialan down and ask her about the contents of the will." This was the first update of the day, Chapter 1322, Husband and Wife Work Together, Work Isn't Tiring. A reminder for everyone about the monthly votes and recommendation tickets. It was the 3rd update today. At around 1:00 in the afternoon, the monthly votes would be 3,000 plus updates, and the 3rd update would be around 8:00 in the evening. P.S. Thank you to Little Chi Zhou for the 10,000 Chidian coins yesterday. Mwah. Chapter 1333. Gu Nianji looked at the contents of Hu Xiaoheng's text message and frowned imperceptibly. Calm Luo Jialan down. Ask for the contents of the will. This will must be the will of Hu Xiaoheng's uncle, Hu Guanyuan. Because this will was related to the ownership of the trust fund under Hu Guanyuan's name. Gu Nianji didn't care who Hu Guanyuan's trust fund was left to. She was only curious why Hua Xuanong had hidden this will and hadn't announced it for so many years. Logically speaking, this was the will of his eldest son, Hua Guanyuan, and Hua Guanyuan was a martyr who sacrificed himself for the country. Was there anything shameful in his will? Gu Nianji hesitated. Her gaze swept past Luo Zhelan's face, and the corner of her eye landed on grandfather Hua's face on the hospital bed. When she was arguing with Luo Zhelan and Kai Xingnan, Hua Xuanong had been looking at them with a dark gaze. His gaze made Gu Nianji feel a little apprehensive. For the first time, she felt the murderous aura on Hua Xuanong's body. It wasn't inferior to Hua Xiaoheng's at all. Moreover, Hua Xuanong had really fought in a big war. Every soldier who had walked out of the cruel battlefield had been tempered to be different. This old man definitely couldn't be underestimated. Gu Nianji composed herself and locked her phone. She held it in her hand and said, "You've all called the police. I hope the police can take action quickly and help Miss Luo recover some financial losses." Luo Zhelan quickly said, "Look, we've all called the police, and the police have already filed a case. Can your Swiss court charges be dropped?" Hua Xuanong couldn't help but say, "Yes, everything is clear now." Zhelan was deceived, not laundered money. Gu Nianji, can you withdraw the complaint? The trust fund doesn't need to be frozen anymore. Gu Nianji turned to Hua Xuanong with a smile and pretended to be surprised. Grandfather Hua is so concerned about Miss Luo's trust fund. Hua Xuanong was stunned, but he immediately said confidently, "That's my son's trust fund. How can I not be concerned? Zhelan is my son's only daughter." Gu Nianji coughed and interrupted him. Unfortunately, Luo Zhelan isn't Uncle Hua's biological daughter. Not only is she not related by blood, but she's also changed her surname and moved her household registration out of the Hua family. So what? My eldest son recognizes her as his daughter, so she's my eldest son's daughter. Hua Xuanong said firmly, like a father and grandfather who truly loved his son and granddaughter. Gu Nianji couldn't help chuckling and said dryly, "Now you know she's your eldest son's daughter. That's not what you said when you forced me to give up my position and wanted Luo Zhelan to fake marry my fiancé, Major General Hua." Hua Xuanong was so choked by Gu Nianji that he almost had a heart attack. His lips instantly turned purple. Because he was suppressing his anger, his temples were bulging. Gu Nianji glanced at him and was still a little afraid of his angry look. She quietly moved closer to Xie Shenqing. Xie Shenqing sensed Hua Xuanong's uncontrollable anger towards Gu Nianji. He took a step forward and blocked Gu Nianji. He chuckled and said to Hua Xuanong, "Yo. There was such a thing. I didn't know that this cheap granddaughter of yours was really amazing. She was a granddaughter when needed. If he needed her to be his granddaughter-in-law, she would be his granddaughter-in-law. TSK, what a useful brick. She moved it wherever she was needed." Gu Nianji covered her mouth and almost laughed out loud behind Xie Shenqing's back. Kai Xingnan rolled her eyes. She couldn't stand Gu Nianji's attentive manner. She was a snob and only knew how to climb up the social ladder. An orphan girl had climbed up to Major General Hua's thigh, disregarding propriety and shame, and climbed into his bed. Now that she saw that the Xia family was richer and more powerful, she didn't even want her in-laws anymore. She only wanted to climb up the Xia family's tree. This Xie Shenqing was nothing more than this. He was being coaxed by someone like Gu Nianji. It was a waste of his father's high opinion of him. Kai Xingnan felt very upset. Luo Zhelan felt even worse. She was clearly a member of the Hua family. Whether it was her father's stepdaughter or Hua Xiaoheng's wife, this position could only be hers. In the end, her love had been snatched away by a little orphan girl who had come out of nowhere. She was about to vomit. When she was in France, she thought that her dream of a lifetime had been shattered, until she met Yamaguchi Aiko. Luo Zhelan's eyes were a little moist as she recalled the past. She wiped her tears with the back of her hand and said to Kai Xingnan, "Forget it, let's go back first. You can give a reply to the Swiss court." Kai Xingnan nodded and said to the people in the ward, "Goodbye." She turned around and followed Luo Jialan to the door of the ward. Before they reached the door was pushed open with a bang. 3 men in the black uniforms of the Special Operations Forces walked in. The man walking at the front almost bumped into Luo Jialan. He blocked her with his arm and stood still. He kept a distance from Luo Jialan as he held out 3 certificates in front of Luo Jialan. "May I ask if you're Luo Jialan? You just reported that you were defrauded by a Japanese named Yamaguchi Aiko in Europe, didn't you?" Luo Jialan's eyes flashed. She recognized the uniforms on these people and immediately said, "You're not the police. I reported the case to the police station." What she meant was that these people were suspected of impersonation. The man holding the 3 certificates nodded. "We're not the police. This is the authorization letter we got from the police station. The Imperial Military General Hospital Police Station has authorized our Special Operations Forces to handle this case." Hua Xiaoheng had interfered, hadn't he? Luo Jialan's chest skipped a beat. For a moment, she couldn't tell whether she was feeling joy or fear. She should be afraid, but when she thought of how much Hua Xiaoheng was paying attention to her, she felt indescribably satisfied and gratified. Luo Jialan didn't answer the man's question. She looked for Gu Nianji to see her expression. However, Gu Nianji was standing behind the tall Xie Shenqing. She was completely blocked and didn't even show her face. Luo Jialan snorted coldly. She looked down on Gu Nianji's actions. Kai Xingnan took a step forward and walked to Luo Jialan's side. She carefully looked at the 3 certificates that the Special Operations Forces had taken out. She read the authorization letter from the Imperial Police Station several times and asked in confusion, "Are you really from the Special Operations Forces? This case is just an ordinary fraud case. Although the amount involved is a little large, it's essentially an economic crime. Why would the Special Operations Forces be alerted?" The member of the Special Operations Forces patiently explained, because the case committed by Yamaguchi Aiko and Yamaguchi Yuko was a threat to national security, and they were originally wanted criminals registered with the Special Operations Forces. Therefore, after Miss Luo called the police, according to the regulations, the local police station had no right to intervene in cases involving national security, so our Special Operations Forces took over the investigation. When Luo Jialan heard this, she immediately took a few steps back, and alarm bells rang in her heart. Oh no, she had still been tricked by Gu Nianji. She now understood why Gu Nianji insisted on her calling the police. She wanted to send her to the Special Operations Forces, right? This person was too cunning, too vicious, too cunning. Luo Jialan turned around and no longer hid the bone-piercing hatred in her eyes. "Gu Nianji. Are you satisfied now? You did so much just to make me jump into the pit, didn't you?" Gu Nianji poked her head out from behind Xie Shenqing and shrugged nonchalantly. "Miss Luo, do you really not know what you've done? Did I force you to give money to Yamaguchi Aiko so that she could come after me? Or did I give you money so that you can't wait to torture Miss Song to death?" Luo Jialan's face was livid, and she couldn't say a word. Kai Xingnan's gaze was already on the arrest warrant, and she immediately said, "Is there a mistake? Why are you arresting my client, Miss Luo? What did she do to deserve to be arrested by your Special Operations Forces? You still don't understand." Gu Nianji continued to attack Kai Xingnan. Of course she did something that endangered national security. Endangered national security. Hunting you down is considered endangering national security. You're so shameless. Kai Xingnan sneered at Gu Nianji. You guessed right. Gu Nianji clapped her hands a few times and applauded Kai Xingnan. She smiled and said, "Hunting me down is indeed endangering national security. Kai Xingnan, your face is as big as a basin. She wished she could tear the smile off Gu Nianji's face. Gu Nianji raised her chin at her. Her smile was indeed very flamboyant and annoying. My face is a little smaller than yours. If my face is as big as a basin, then your face is as big as a drum. As she spoke, her gaze swept past Luo Zhelan, who was scared out of her wits, and then landed on Grandfather Hua, who was lying on the hospital bed without saying a word. Gu Nianji lowered her eyes and pondered for a moment, then changed the topic to Grandfather Hua. Hua Xuaneng had single-handedly orchestrated everything that had happened today, but in the end, he had stayed out of it, as if the whole thing had nothing to do with him. Thinking about Hua Xiaoheng's text message, Gu Nianji's mind raced. How could she use Luo Zhelan as a breakthrough point to dig out the truth about Hua Guanyuan's will from Grandfather Hua? Her mind raced, and she pointed the spear at Hua Xuaneng. Grandfather Hua, if you have no objections, the Special Operations Forces can launch an operation to take Miss Luo away to assist in the investigation. Gu Nianji's words immediately reminded Luo Zhelan. Yes, why was she only thinking of Kai Xingnan? Her biggest help should be old Master Hua. Luo Zhelan quickly turned around and went to Grandfather Hua's bed. She sobbed and said, Grandfather, please help me. I'll agree to whatever request you have. I won't make any conditions. I'll keep my word. Although her tone was as low as dushed, the meaning behind her words was full of threat. Hua Xuaneng stared at Luo Zhelan, and his expression became colder and colder. This was the second update of the day, Chapter 1323, The Greatest Help. A reminder for everyone's monthly and recommendation tickets. The monthly tickets were delivered with 3,000 additional updates. The third update was around 8 p.m. Mwah. Chapter 1334. Gu Nianji thought to herself that Luo Zhelan was indeed in cahoots with Grandfather Hua. There were actually conditions between the two of them. She immediately added fuel to the fire. Miss Luo, what you said is wrong. Have you ever made conditions to Mr. Hua before? Grandfather Hua is your elder, and you call him grandfather. The Hua family has raised you for so many years, and everything you have was given by the Hua family. What conditions do you have to negotiate with Grandfather Hua? Besides, what do you mean by that? Do you still want Grandfather Hua to protect you? Luo Zhelan's heart trembled when she heard this. She couldn't help but think of what Hua Xuaneng had said about her father, Hua Guanyuan's will, and she became angry at Hua Guanyuan. If he was so heartless, why did he marry her mother in the first place? She had called him Dad for so many years, but he had only left them with a little bit of money. They really didn't treat her as a member of the Hua family. Since that was the case, why should she cover up for the Hua family? Luo Zhelan raised her chin and her eyes narrowed. Grandfather. Are you really so heartless? Won't you help me? Hua Xuaneng could tell that Luo Zhelan was going to reveal their private deal in front of so many people. If Xie Xinqing wasn't here, Hua Xuaneng wouldn't have cared, but Xie Xinqing was here, so Hua Xuaneng felt a little embarrassed. He thought about it for a moment, then slowly raised his head and said kindly to Gu Nianji, Nianji, when it's possible to let someone go, one should forgive them. Don't continue to be so overbearing. Zhelan knows that she is in the wrong, so please be merciful and let her live. She won't want to marry Xiaoheng anymore, so you can rest assured. The implication was that Gu Nianji was only targeting Luo Zhelan for Hua Xiaoheng. Of course, this was also one of the reasons, but the nature of the whole thing changed completely when Gu Nianji found out that Luo Zhelan was still working with Yamaguchi Aiko. This was no longer a simple matter of jealousy. It was a matter of life and death. The smile on Gu Nianji's face disappeared, and she said in a low voice. She really knows she was wrong. Miss Luo, do you dare to swear that you know nothing about it? Everything was Yamaguchi Aiko's fault. You're just an innocent victim. I dare. Luo Jialan immediately raised her right hand. If I know, let me be struck by lightning and die a horrible death. No, there's no need for such an illusory oath. Gu Nianji shook her head. You only need to say that if you knew, you will bear all the corresponding legal consequences. All right. I swear. If I knew, I would bear all the corresponding legal consequences. Luo Jialan repeated Gu Nianji's words without missing a single word. All right, you can arrest her now. Gu Nianji stepped to the side to make way for the 3 Special Operations Forces personnel. She's the mastermind behind the assassination attempt on my life in Germany. What? Luo Jialan was completely confused. She glared at Gu Nianji and said fiercely, how could it be me? It was clearly Yamaguchi Aiko. What's wrong with you? Could it be that all that had been said was a waste of breath? Do you not understand human language? You're the one who doesn't understand human language, and you're the one who's deliberately trying to confuse everyone. Gu Nianji looked at Luo Jialan without showing any weakness. She took a step forward and raised her chin slightly. Her eyes were clear and calm, and her aura was fully unleashed. You're lying. I'm not. Luo Jialan panicked. She clutched her chest weakly with both hands and looked at Kai Xingnan. Lawyer Kai, help me. Help me, please. You took $6 million in advance from me, and you just won't say a word. Kai Xingnan cursed in her heart that Luo Jialan had indeed blamed her, but she was also a little embarrassed to be accused of taking money and not doing anything. She had no choice but to bite the bullet and say, Lawyer Gu, you have to bear legal responsibility for your words. Please don't slander my client. My client has already made it very clear that she met Yamaguchi Aiko in France, and Yamaguchi Aiko was the mastermind behind everything. Whether it was the assassination attempt on your life or the plot against you, it was all Yamaguchi Aiko's doing. It has nothing to do with my client. It really has nothing to do with her. Gu Nianji's face turned cold and she looked straight at Kai Xingnan. May I ask, Lawyer Kai, can you say something legally responsible? Your client told you everything, and do you know the whole truth? Kai Xingnan shut her mouth. Of course she couldn't say that. She didn't know anything about Yamaguchi Aiko that Luo Jialan had just said. The only thing she knew was that Luo Jialan had told her that she didn't want to transfer the money herself. She was helping her friend Yamaguchi Aiko do business. She didn't even mention a word about what kind of business she was doing. You can't guarantee it, can you? Gu Nianji laughed and said slowly, Lawyer Kai, don't get involved. I advise you to return the $6 million in advance to Luo Jialan, because you can't defend her in this matter. As Gu Nianji spoke, her cold gaze fell on Luo Jialan's pale face. Luo Jialan, are you still insisting that you're the victim? Were you deceived by Yamaguchi Aiko? Luo Jialan nodded in a daze and said in a hoarse voice, I'm telling the truth. Why don't you believe me? If you want others to believe your lies, you have to at least make your own lies sound. Gu Nianji curled her lips and shook a slender, fair finger. The natural pearlescent light on her fingernail almost reflected a rainbow under the lights of the ward. Luo Jialan subconsciously turned her head away and looked away. How did I lie? I don't understand. Luo Jialan was puzzled. She had clearly made it up quite well. You don't understand. Then I'll reluctantly explain it to you. Gu Nianji crossed her arms and chuckled. Luo Jialan, you said that Yamaguchi Aiko became friends with you in Europe and asked you to borrow money from her. Then she died at the hands of pirates in the Caribbean Sea, so you can't repay the money you lent her, right? Luo Jialan quickly nodded. Of course, you see, shut up. Gu Nianji's expression suddenly became serious. You're still lying. I'll tell you where you've exposed yourself. Luo Zhelan's heart pounded. What exactly went wrong? Everything was obviously flawless. Because of time, Gu Nianji said coldly. When you were making up your lies, you made up the wrong time. Luo Zhelan suddenly seemed to have thought of something, and her expression changed. Her legs were so weak that she could no longer stand, and she collapsed in front of Hu Xuanong's bed. Gu Nianji took the arrest warrant from the member of the Special Operations Forces next to her and took another step forward. She looked down at Luo Zhelan and placed the arrest warrant in front of her, causing her immense psychological pressure. Luo Zhelan, you realize it, don't you? You said that Yamaguchi Aiko hunted me down in Germany, but then she died at the hands of pirates in the Caribbean Sea. But the truth is that Yamaguchi Aiko hunted me down in the Caribbean Sea and died at the hands of pirates last May. And I was in danger in Germany and was hunted down in September last year. Combined with what you said, then she died in the Caribbean Sea first, and then she hunted me down in Germany. May I ask how a dead person came back to life and appeared in Germany? Gu Nianji's tone became harsher and harsher. You deliberately mixed up the sequence of events and misled everyone. You made everyone believe that your transfer of money to York's bank account had nothing to do with you, but a dead person asked you to do it. That way, there would be no evidence. You're lying. Because you're covering up the truth. The truth is that there's no such person as Yamaguchi Aiko. You were the one in charge from beginning to end. Isn't that right, Luo Zhelan? Gu Nianji spoke harshly and deliberately put all the blame on Luo Zhelan. Of course, she knew that Yamaguchi Aiko was the one in charge. When she was in the Caribbean Sea, Gu Yanran had pretended to kill the middle-aged woman that Yamaguchi Aiko had disguised herself as in the Caribbean Sea. She had thought that Yamaguchi Aiko was really dead. It wasn't until Luo Zhelan had pushed Yamaguchi Aiko out to clear her name of money laundering that Gu Nianji realized that Yamaguchi Aiko, or Yamaguchi Yuko, hadn't died in a car accident in Japan, nor had she died in the Caribbean Sea. This person was like a venomous snake, hovering around her. Once the time was right, she would give her another fatal blow. This time, Luo Zhelan had given herself away. Gu Nianji wouldn't let go of this opportunity. She had to investigate. This was also the reason why Hu Xiaoheng had asked the Special Operations Forces to take over the main investigation of this case from the Imperial Police Station. Yamaguchi Aiko, or Yamaguchi Yuko, wasn't dead. She was also closely related to the case of Gu Nianji's life in Germany. She might even be the mastermind. With Gu Nianji and Gu Xiangwen's contributions to the Huaxia Empire, hunting down Gu Nianji was, of course, endangering national security. Luo Zhelan was on the verge of a breakdown. She had no idea that Yamaguchi Aiko had hunted down Gu Nianji in the Caribbean Sea and had even met her. She only remembered that Yamaguchi Aiko had said that her identity was very secretive and that she had died at the hands of pirates in the Caribbean Sea, so her plan would never be seen through. When Gu Nianji suddenly said that Yamaguchi Aiko had hunted her down in the Caribbean Sea, Luo Zhelan had a vague feeling that something was wrong. Now she realized that she had completely reversed the sequence of events. This was a fatal mistake. How could she make up for this mistake? No, she wasn't Yamaguchi Aiko. She couldn't be blamed for Yamaguchi Aiko's crimes. In her panic, Luo Zhelan said, I don't know why Yamaguchi Aiko didn't die in the Caribbean Sea. I swear I met her in France. What a pity. She had just been glad that she hadn't left any clues related to Yamaguchi Aiko, but in the blink of an eye, she was racking her brains to prove that the two of them were related. What a great irony. Come on, you just swore that she died in the Caribbean Sea. Don't tell me that she personally told you that she died in the Caribbean Sea. Gu Nianji mocked her coldly, but saw the corners of Luo Zhelan's eyes twitch twice. Gu Nianji suddenly understood. It seemed that Yamaguchi Aiko had even told Luo Zhelan this. In order to make this friend, she had really confided in Luo Zhelan. This was the third watch of the day, chapter 1324, Fatal Mistake. A reminder for everyone's monthly votes and recommendation tickets. Good night, dear ones. Chapter 1335. Since Yamaguchi Aiko had even told Luo Zhelan about this, then Luo Zhelan must have known about Yamaguchi Aiko's pursuit of Gu Nianji in Germany. Otherwise, she wouldn't have spent so much money to fund Yamaguchi Aiko's illegal activities. Gu Nianji's expression turned completely cold. This was no longer an ordinary act of aiding a tyrant. This was a proper act of collusion. The two of them were equally evil. Gu Nianji had never interacted with Luo Zhelan at all, let alone become enemies with her. What was it that made Luo Zhelan want to kill Gu Nianji? Just for Hu Xiaoheng. The corners of Gu Nianji's eyes twitched. She couldn't help but quickly tap on her phone to send Hu Xiaoheng a text. Hu Xiaoheng was smoking when he heard the sound of a text message coming in. He picked it up and looked at it. Thoughts are here, a handsome face is a source of trouble. Fury, fury, fury. JPG. What the hell? What the hell happened in the ward? Although Hu Xiaoheng was puzzled, he could resist the urge to push the door open and enter. He only replied with a string of words. Gu Nianji smiled when she saw Hu Xiaoheng's reply. Her mood miraculously improved, and she even felt a little guilty, because Luo Zhelan's actions had nothing to do with Hu Xiaoheng. She couldn't vent her anger on him just because he was popular, right? Gu Nianji's gaze fell on Luo Zhelan, whose eyes were sparkling. She was in a bad mood again, and said with a sullen face, "What's wrong? Still thinking about how to lie? Stop trying to quibble. That's right, you're not laundering money. You're actually hiring someone to kill someone. There's no such person as Yamaguchi Aiko at all. You've been manipulating everything from the beginning to the end." Luo Zhelan was so frightened by Gu Nianji that she could only subconsciously deny it 3 times. "I didn't. Not me. I've never done it. If you say no, then no." Gu Nianji didn't want to let Luo Zhelan off at all, so she pushed her further. "You're obviously jealous of me. In order to steal my fiancé, you didn't hesitate to spend a lot of money to kill me in Germany. That's why I shouldn't sue you for money laundering, but for hiring assassins. Luo Zhelan, you are too vicious. Normally, when a woman covets someone else's man, she'll at most become a mistress. But you're directly destroying her body." Luo Zhelan shook her head quickly, and tears were about to come out of her eyes. She sat paralyzed in front of Hu Xuanong's hospital bed and looked up to see Hu Xuanong sitting on the hospital bed without saying a word. She thought to herself, "It's all your fault. If you hadn't agreed, I wouldn't have ended up like this." However, Hu Xuanong acted as if he didn't see the look in her eyes. He suddenly said to Gu Nianji, "Now that it's proven that it's not money laundering, can you drop the charges of money laundering?" When Hu Xuanong asked this, even Gu Nianji, who had a quick reaction time, couldn't help but be stunned. Luo Zhelan was even more shocked. She was about to be accused of hiring a killer, but grandfather Hu was still only concerned about whether the trust fund could be unfrozen. This was too much. How could Luo Zhelan let Hu Xuanong stay out of it? She gritted her teeth and finally said, "Grandfather Hu, have you forgotten what you promised me?" Gu Nianji's heart skipped a beat, and she thought to herself that it was finally here. She immediately said, "Luo Zhelan, don't drag grandfather Hu into this. Your trust fund has nothing to do with grandfather Hu." Luo Zhelan was so angry that she couldn't breathe. If Hu Xuanong hadn't anxiously asked her to transfer half of the trust fund to his cheap grandson, Zhang Wenjie, how could she have made Gu Nianji wary and freeze her trust fund in advance? Then she followed the clues and forced her to tell her everything about Yamaguchi Aiko. No wonder Yamaguchi Aiko had vowed that she would never mention her name in front of Gunyenji, but how did she know that Gunyenji had been present when Yamaguchi Aiko died at the hands of pirates in the Caribbean Sea? Luo Zhelan kept cursing Yamaguchi Aiko. She wanted to drag her out and beat her up. At this moment, Gunyenji waved the arrest warrant in front of Luo Zhelan and provoked her further. Luo Zhelan, open your eyes and take a good look at this arrest warrant. I just want to remind you that our Huaxia Empire has the death penalty. Luo Zhelan was so scared that she turned around and knelt in front of Hua Xuanong's bed. She reached out with both hands and grabbed Hua Xuanong's arm. She said repeatedly, Grandfather Hua. Grandfather Hua. Help me testify that Yamaguchi Aiko really exists. Hua Xuanong's pupils constricted. He pushed Luo Zhelan away forcefully and said with a frown, What nonsense are you talking about? Have you forgotten? When we were in France, Yamaguchi Aiko came to the Xia family's manor to pick me up one day. You even met her. Although he had only caught a glimpse of her at the entrance of the manor, and Hua Xuanong had never spoken to Yamaguchi Aiko, he had indeed seen her once. However, Hua Xuanong didn't have a good attitude towards the Japanese. Although he didn't stop Luo Zhelan from interacting with Yamaguchi Aiko, he didn't care about Yamaguchi Aiko. Luo Zhelan only hoped that Hua Xuanong could prove that Yamaguchi Aiko was indeed still alive at that time and hadn't died in the Caribbean Sea. At the very least, she wasn't the main culprit of the contract murder. At this juncture, Luo Zhelan could no longer make a choice. She could only choose the lesser of two evils. Hua Xuanong was furious. He could already tell that Yamaguchi Aiko wasn't a good person. At that time in France, he had only taken a glance at the door and didn't see what the woman looked like at all. She wanted him to testify for her and get dragged into this mess. What a dream. Hua Xuanong closed his eyes, and his aura suddenly withered. He leaned back on the big pillow weakly and said, Zhelan, don't force me to say things that go against my heart. I don't remember seeing such a person at all. How do you want me to testify for you? Luo Zhelan's eyes widened and her mouth opened wide. Hua Xuanong's words kept echoing in her mind. I don't remember seeing such a person at all. I don't remember seeing such a person at all. I don't remember seeing such a person at all. Was he burning the bridge before crossing the river? Luo Zhelan held on to the edge of Hua Xuanong's bed and knelt straight. She begged again with a pained heart, Grandfather Hua, I beg you, please think again. Think again. That day, Yamaguchi Aiko came to look for me for dinner and shopping. We met you at the entrance of the manor. Hua Xuanong closed his eyes as if he hadn't heard Luo Zhelan's words. Luo Zhelan begged in every way possible, but Hua Xuanong didn't say a word. Gunyenji kept nagging at her. Luo Zhelan, I advise you not to do useless work. Grandfather Hua used to be a general in the Huaxia Empire's military, so why would he give you false testimony? You'd better go with your comrades from the Special Operations Forces and explain how you hired a hitman to kill someone. On account that you're the child of a martyr, I'll plead with the court not to sentence you to death. But if she was convicted, even if it wasn't the death penalty, it would still be life imprisonment. Then what was the point of living? She might as well die. But before she died, she had to drag a few people down with her. Luo Zhelan's face darkened. She lowered her head and gripped the edge of the thin blanket on Hua Xuanong's hospital bed tightly with both hands. She muttered, Grandfather Hua, as long as you can testify for me, I'll agree to any of your conditions. TSK, Luo Zhelan, do you think Lawyer Kai and I are dead? You're talking about bribing witnesses in front of us. Do you really think you can do whatever you want just because you have money? Besides, the trust fund has already been frozen, so don't give me an empty check. Gunyenji crossed her arms and sneered. All that was left was to tap her feet. Luo Zhelan turned around to look at her. Gu Nianji didn't hide her disdain and looked at her as if she was looking at a pile of trash. Luo Zhaolan glanced at her resentfully, then turned back shakily and said to Hu Xuanong. Grandfather Hua, are you really going to watch me die? Aren't you going to fulfill the conditions we agreed on? You promised me that if I transferred half of the trust fund to your grandson, Zhang Wenjie, you would let me marry Major General Hua. As soon as she said this, Hu Xuanong suddenly opened his eyes and sat up straight. He waved his fists and roared, I'm ignoring you, so you're talking more and more nonsense. When did I? Grandfather Hua, you don't think that I'll agree to hand over half of my assets just because you said it, do you? Luo Zhaolan propped herself up on the edge of the hospital bed and struggled to stand up. I recorded what you said to me back then. I was preparing for this day. Luo Zhaolan was well aware of how cold Hu Xuanong was. In order to prevent him from going back on his word and burning the bridge after crossing it, she had also used a little trick. She had secretly recorded the two of them discussing the conditions. Hu Xuanong's voice stopped abruptly, and his face was filled with shock. What? What did you say? You actually recorded it. Xie Xinqing's face darkened when he heard Luo Zhaolan's words. He said, Hu Xuanong, when did you have a grandson with the surname Zhang? Don't you only have one grandson, Xiaoheng? Xie Xinqing actually knew about the matter between Hu Xuanong and head nurse Zhang, but he would never admit the relationship between Zhang Feng and Hu Xuanong. Even if they had grandchildren, Xie Xinqing still couldn't find this person. He treated the Zhang family as insignificant passers-by. Gu Nianji also asked curiously. Why did Luo Zhaolan have to give half of the trust fund to Zhang Wenjie? That's so strange. This is obviously Uncle Hua's inheritance, and also old Madame Xie's inheritance. If I remember correctly, this is her dowry, which is also her pre-marriage property. How can it be given to the grandson of a mistress? Isn't this too outrageous? She shook her head and said with a smile, I don't believe it. Grandfather Hua can't be so brainless and shameless. Luo Zhaolan must be lying again, right? Hu Xuanong was thick-skinned. He couldn't care less about the sarcasm in Gu Nianji's words. He nodded with a red face. Yes, she's lying. I couldn't have said such a thing. He knew very well that his plot with Luo Zhaolan was based on the word secret. Once this matter was exposed, it would be completely destroyed, just like the photographic film. So he denied it and said, Luo Zhaolan is full of lies. Even the audio recording can't be trusted. It must have been forged. Gu Nianji quickly nodded in agreement. You're right. Luo Zhaolan does like to lie. I just exposed her using a dead person to trick us, and now she's putting the blame on you. She doesn't know how to repent. That's too much. Gu Nianji's every word put a lot of pressure on Luo Zhaolan. Luo Zhaolan's mind buzzed, and the last string of reason was finally broken by Gu Nianji. She clenched her fists and glared at Hu Xuanong. She enunciated each word clearly, Grandfather Hua, you're not admitting it now. When you used my father's will to trick me, you sounded so convincing. This was the first update of the day, Chapter 1325, Femme Fatale. A reminder for everyone about the monthly votes and recommendation votes. There were 2 updates today. My dear friends, the monthly votes would be 3,300 tomorrow, and it would be 3 updates. The second update was around 8:00 in the evening. Mwah. Chapter 1336. She finally said it. Hu Xuanong's eyes flashed with panic. But it was only for a moment. He immediately regained his composure, frowned, and said, Luo Zhaolan, you're angry now, so it's inevitable that you'll be swayed by your emotions and say something unpleasant. I advise you to think twice before you speak. Don't say something you'll regret. This was a warning to Luo Zhelan not to speak nonsense. However, Gu Nianji wouldn't give Luo Zhelan a chance to weigh the pros and cons. She sneered and put her hands in her trouser pockets. She glanced sideways at Luo Zhelan and clicked her tongue. Tisk, haven't you given up on the chance to drag Grandfather Hua down? Grandfather Hua already said that you have to think twice before you act. Aren't you courting death by fighting Grandfather Hua? This perfect round of embellishment to sow discord made Luo Zhelan, who had already lost her rationality, even angrier. Her entire body was trembling, her eyes were bloodshot, and her cheeks were abnormally red. She stared at Hua Xuanong's uncomfortable expression and sneered. What's wrong? You don't want me to tell you about my father's will? With that, she turned to look at Gu Nianji with a desperate expression. I want to see Major General Hua. I have something important to tell him. Gu Nianji pursed her lips and raised her hand to look at her plump fingernails. She said slowly, Major General Hua is so busy. How can he have time to see you? If you have something to say it now. What's so difficult about it? She hinted at Luo Zhelan, your lawyer is here, and so is Grandfather Xie. Neither of them is easy to deal with. Xie Xinqing, she didn't want to be compared to a lamp. Even if it wasn't easy to deal with. Kai Xingnan sighed. She didn't want to offend Hua Xuanong. She walked over and tugged at Luo Zhelan's lapel. She whispered, Zhelan, you're too emotional today. Stop talking. Let's go back and have a good discussion, okay? She could tell that Luo Zhelan had completely fallen into Gu Nianji's trap and was exposing more and more of her trump cards. What chance did they have of winning? Luo Zhelan turned to look at her. Lawyer Kai, can you help me say something? I really lent that money to Yamaguchi Aiko. Kai Xingnan thought to herself, what can I do if you can't produce evidence against Yamaguchi Aiko? She only looked at Luo Zhelan and smiled. Luo Zhelan was very disappointed with Kai Xingnan. She looked at Gu Nianji and said, I still want to see Major General Hua. Gu Nianji thought about it and said, Hua Xiao really can't come. Do you have any reason to insist on seeing him? If your reason is good enough, I'll help you think of a way. Luo Zhelan immediately said, it's about my father, Hua Guanyuan's will. If Major General Hua doesn't see me, it will be a great loss to him. She was in for a penny now. Hua Xuanong refused to help her anyway, and she was going to face life in prison. What was the point of having so much money? At this time, if she could use that money to buy her life, she would not hesitate. Gu Nianji pretended to ponder and said, how big a loss? If Major General Hua is willing to meet me, I can transfer all of the trust fund left by my father to him, Luo Zhelan said in a deep voice. Hua Xuanong was so angry that his nose was almost crooked. She was determined to oppose him, wasn't she? Luo Zhelan. What right do you have to deal with my son's legacy? Do you really think you have the right to inherit my son's legacy? Hua Xuanong sneered. Don't forget, half of my son's legacy is mine. Hua Xuanong didn't want to use this trick unless it was absolutely necessary. He had endured it for 17 years and hadn't mentioned it, but now he couldn't help it anymore. If he didn't say it now and let that little b*tch Luo Zhelan spout nonsense, the trust funds would never reach his other son's hands. Luo Zhelan suddenly turned around and looked at Hua Xuanong. What did you say? That's not what you said at the time. I didn't say anything before. Hua Xuanong interrupted her with a cold expression. My son's will didn't mention the distribution of property, so according to the inheritance law, both you and I have the right to inherit my son's estate. Gu Nianji nodded with a smile and echoed, Grandfather Hua is right. If there is no will, or if the will doesn't mention the inheritance of property, then according to the inheritance law, spouse, children, and parents are all the first heirs. However, Grandfather Huo won't get half of Uncle Huo's inheritance. Because according to this order, after Huo Guanyuan died, Luo Xinxue, Luo Zhelan, and Huo Xuanong could split his inheritance equally. Luo Zhelan could also inherit the portion of the property left behind by Luo Xinxue, so Luo Zhelan could inherit 2/3, while Huo Xuanong could only inherit 1/3 at most, less than half. Huo Xuanong's face turned red. He had forgotten about Luo Xinxue. He continued to say coldly with a sullen face, 1/3 it is. Anyway, Luo Zhelan, you have to spit out the part that belongs to me. You can't lose a single cent of the principal income over the years. I thought you were pitiful, so I didn't mention it. I didn't expect you to get worse and even look down on me. Luo Zhelan was extremely disappointed with Huo Xuanong. She sneered and said, 1/3. You're willing to give me 2/3 now. Didn't she say that her father's will didn't leave the trust fund to her? Liar. They're all liars. Huo Xuanong was speechless by Luo Zhelan, and he felt extremely uncomfortable. However, he still insisted that Huo Guanyuan's will didn't mention the distribution of property. Luo Zhelan could tell that Huo Xuanong didn't dare to take out the will, so she became more and more fearless. She shook her head and said, I don't believe you. My father's will must have been written for my mother. What are you up to by hiding it from us? And I don't believe that my father wouldn't make any arrangements for such a huge trust fund. Gu Nianji also nodded. Miss Luo is right. Uncle Huo doesn't seem like such a hopeless person. Luo Zhelan insisted on seeing Huo Xiaoheng again, and said that she wouldn't let them down. Gu Nianji thought about it for a moment and said, Major General Huo really can't come to see you at this time. But I'll connect you to his FaceTime. Then you can talk to him, okay? In fact, Huo Xiaoheng was in the corridor outside the ward with the other members of the Special Operations Forces. Hearing Gu Nianji's words through the Bluetooth headset, Huo Xiaoheng took out his phone. FaceTime was still on. Huo Xiaoheng's handsome and solemn face appeared on the screen of the phone. The light was a little dim, so she couldn't see what was going on around her, but Huo Xiaoheng's face seemed to be glowing. He was so handsome that people couldn't take their eyes off him. Luo Zhelan acted as if she had seen her savior and immediately said, Major General Hua. I want to tell you, Yamaguchi Aiko really did all of this. She's not dead. Also, my father has a will, and it's in the hands of Grandfather Hua. Grandfather Hua once made an agreement with me that if I transferred half of the trust fund to his other grandson, Zhang Wenjie, he would agree to let me marry you. Huo Xiaoheng didn't think much of it. How can I believe such words? In this day and age, parents can't arrange marriages, let alone grandparents. Luo Zhelan, if you want to make up lies, you have to make it logical. Luo Zhelan blushed. How did she know that Huo Xiaoheng didn't care about Huo Xuanong at all? At her level, what she saw and heard was that parents had absolute control over their children's marriage. Yes, it was indeed freedom of marriage now, and no one could force another person to marry. However, for people of their class, if they didn't listen to their parents, they would lose too much. Almost no one could resist this temptation. Therefore, even if they didn't love each other, or even if they played their own games after marriage, they would still obediently listen to their parents' arrangements for marriage. The gap between the upper class and the lower class could not be bridged by marriage. This was also the reason why Luo Zhelan didn't understand Huo Xiaoheng. She thought that no matter how much Huo Xiaoheng liked Gu Nianji, he would at most let her be his mistress for the rest of his life and wouldn't marry her. The person who could marry him could only be someone from their circle. She had misjudged Huo Xiaoheng and Huo Xuanong. Gu Nianji hated hearing Luo Zhelan say such things the most, so she didn't hesitate to refute her. Luo Zhelan, I think you're really full of lies. How many lies have you told today? You've already exceeded the limit. Huo Xuanong quickly said, yes, she's lying. There's no such thing. Why would I do that? Besides, Nianji and Xiaoheng are engaged. It's because the whole world knows about Major General Hua and Gu Nianji's engagement that you have a showdown with me. Luo Zhelan angrily accused Hua Xuanong and said without hesitation, "You said that according to my father's will, all the trust funds were left to Major General Hua. It has nothing to do with me. Otherwise, why would she be tempted to have both the money and the man?" The atmosphere in the wards suddenly quieted down. Everyone's expressions froze in time, like statues. This is today's second update, Chapter 1326, Mistaken. A reminder for everyone's monthly votes and recommendation votes. Dear friends, it's the third update when the monthly votes reach 3,300 tomorrow. Good night, dear friends. Chapter 1337. Gu Nianji had heard from Song Jining that Hua Guanyuan had a will and had given all his assets to Hua Xiaoheng, so she wasn't particularly surprised. She could only sigh. So it was true, Hua Guanyuan could be said to be quite infatuated. It was a pity that he didn't use the right method and missed the opportunity with Song Jining. However, although Gu Nianji already knew, she still pretended to be very shocked. The three members of the Special Operations Forces were even more shocked. They felt like they had heard something they shouldn't have. However, he did not dare to go out immediately, so he could only brace himself and listen from the side. Kai Xingnan was surprised and embarrassed. Her eyes kept darting between Hua Xuanong and Luo Zhelan. If what Luo Zhelan said just now was true, then she really had to reevaluate Luo Zhelan's strength and see if it was worth letting her continue to be her lawyer. Fortunately, she had already received an advance of $6 million, so she wouldn't lose everything. Luo Zhelan looked at Hua Xuanong's dejected face and finally felt better. "Since you refuse to save me, then let's have a life and death struggle." Hua Xuanong only felt the smell of blood coming from his throat. He endured it again and again before he swallowed it down. However, his face was burning hot. His old face had been torn off by Luo Zhelan's words. Xie Xinqing snorted and walked to Hua Xuanong's bed with his hands behind his back. He said condescendingly, "Hua Xuanong, you're amazing." He even dared to hide his own son's will. He would rather let the property fall into the hands of his unrelated granddaughter than give it to Xiaoheng. "I really regret that I should have forced my sister to divorce you back then." In that era, if Xie Xian divorced Hua Xuanong would have no future. Although a military marriage wasn't easy to divorce, Xie Xian had evidence of Hua Xuanong's affair in her hands. This was a matter of style. It was entirely possible that Hua Xuanong would be expelled from the organization and then expelled from the military. If it was more serious, he could even go to jail. Hua Xuanong, touch your conscience and ask yourself, are you worthy of my sister? What did my sister do to you? Without our Xie family, do you think you can rise so fast? Xie Xinqing had never been so harsh in front of others. Even if the other party had really relied on the Xie family to obtain these results, the Xie family would not be arrogant. Leave a way out for others in the future. They knew how to do things, and they knew how to conduct themselves. However, Hua Xuanong had gone too far. Xie Xinqing didn't want to give him any face anymore. Do you really miss your head nurse that much? Other than doing some things within the scope of her duties, what else did she do for you that you can't forget her? Hua Xuanong flew into a rage out of humiliation and roared, who can't forget her? What I regret the most is getting involved with her. Not only did he lose his status, military rank, and treatment, but he was also ridiculed by his relatives and friends. He couldn't raise his head no matter where he went. Other than Gu Nianji, the person he hated the most was Zhang Feng. Gu Nianji had exposed the truth that he had spent 17 years trying to cover up and had almost driven him into a dead end. You regret it? You're still thinking of ways to give my sister's inheritance to you and Zhang Feng's grandson. Xie Xinqing wanted to slap him again. Hurry up and hand over Guan Yuan's will. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite. Zhang Feng is Zhang Feng, and Baochen is Baochen. Don't mix them up. Hua Xuanong didn't care anymore. Since they had already fallen out, why should he care so much? Who's Baochen? Don't tell me you have a mistress. Xia Xinqing was shocked. Hua Xuanong, do you know how old you are? Gu Nianji smiled bitterly and quickly said, Zhang Baochen is Zhang Feng and grandfather Hua's illegitimate son. Zhang Wenjie is Zhang Baochen's son, and Zhang Feng and grandfather Hua's grandson. Ah, you're really worried sick about your illegitimate son. The corners of Xia Xinqing's eyes twitched. What's wrong with Guan Yuan and Guanchen? Do you not treat them as human beings? Do you have to humiliate them like this? Even humiliate your dead wife? Hua Xuanong straightened his neck and said angrily, why don't I treat my two sons as human beings? Guan Yuan and Guanchen both rose to high positions in the military at a young age, not to mention Xiaoheng. He was supported by his grandmother since he was young, and with his father and my status and influence in the military, he was promoted to Major General at a younger age than his uncle. Are you still not satisfied? But what does Baochen have? He didn't have a father since he was young. You don't know how he survived. When he came back to me, I couldn't help him on the surface. I just wanted to give him some money so that he could live a better life. Why don't you like it? You also have a son. You're both flesh and blood. How can I be biased? Gu Nianji listened from the side and felt uncomfortable. She didn't know Hua Guanyuan and Hua Guanchen's situation, but she knew Hua Xiaoheng all too well. Grandfather Hua actually said that Major General Hua was promoted to Major General because of him. He really didn't know his place. Wasn't he afraid of biting his tongue? Gu Nianji said coldly, Grandfather Hua, don't talk nonsense. Major General Hua risked his life to become a Major General. What does that have to do with you? He's been out for so many years, and you don't even know what he does. How dare you say that it was because of your status and influence in the military? She spread her hands. Your Major General was negative asset. It's already good enough that you're not holding him back. How could he rely on your influence? If it was really because of your influence, he would have been kicked out of the family. Did Major General Hua look good with a grandfather who had been stripped of his military rank and forced to retire? These were all points that would be taken away from his resume. Xia Xinqing nodded repeatedly. Well said. Hua Xuanong, you're too shameless. If you have the ability, then rely on your own abilities to raise your illegitimate son and illegitimate son's brat. Why are you trying so hard to steal your son's inheritance? Besides, your boss's inheritance is actually my sister's inheritance. It's the Xia family's asset. What right do you have to scheme against it? How did I scheme against it? That's already my son's inheritance, and I have a share. Hua Xuanong said righteously, does Xiaoheng still care about this little bit of money? His grandmother left 80% of her trust fund to him. Guanyuan's share is only 10%, so why would he care about it? How could he watch his uncle and cousin live in poverty when they're all his own flesh and blood? Hua Xuanong, you can be said to be very shameless. Xia Xinqing almost spat on Hua Xuanong's purplish-red face. Whether Xiaoheng has money or not is his business. What does it have to do with Zhang Baochen and Zhang Wenjie? They don't have money, so they can only blame themselves for not having a rich grandmother. Who told Zhang Feng to have no money? The more Xia Xinqing said this, the more Hua Xuanong pitted Zhang Baochen's family. They were all his flesh and blood, but their statuses were worlds apart. How could he bear it? He gritted his teeth and refused to take out Hua Guanyuan's will. He even said, don't be fooled by this woman. Guanyuan's will is long gone. I was so grief-stricken back then that I don't know where I put it. Do you think we'll believe you? Xia Xinqing pressed. We can sue you in court. Go ahead. Hua Xuanong sneered. If you sue me, I'll jump off the 20th floor. Xie Xinqing was shocked by Hua Xuanong's shameless attitude, but he quickly came back to his senses. He sneered and said, if that's the case, then we have nothing to say. From now on, I have nothing to do with you, Hua Xuanong, and don't call us relatives. I only recognize Xiaoheng and Nianji. If Guanchen recognizes me as his uncle, I won't make things difficult for him. As for you, I'm sorry. From now on, we'll be strangers. Don't tell anyone that you know me, let alone that I'm your in-law. Hua Xuanong was also stunned by Xie Xinqing's harsh words. He had just said that to scare them so that they wouldn't force him to take out Hua Guanyuan's will. In the end, Xie Xinqing directly wanted to sever ties with him. He had wanted Zhang Baochen's family to get closer to the Xie family. Xie Zian had passed away for so many years. Why couldn't they treat Zhang Baochen's family well for his sake? In the past, Xie Zian was the legal wife, and Zhang Baochen had to call her mother. The Xie family was also Baochen's maternal family. Hua Xuanong's eyes flickered. He wanted to give in, but there were so many outsiders in the ward, so he really couldn't bring himself to do it. Seeing that Hua Xuanong was about to soften, she quickly said, Grandfather Hua, actually, Grandfather Xie just wants to see Uncle Hua's will. If you don't remember where you put it, I'll help you find it. Or, let Major General Hua send someone to help you find it. I know that the Special Operations Forces have specialized experts who are good at finding lost items. Grandfather Hua, so you don't have a will? Then why did you lie to me and say that you did? And you said that my father's trust fund wasn't left to me, but to Major General Hua? Luo Jialan mocked Hua Xuanong. I think you might as well think about whether you saw Yamaguchi Aiko when you were in France. That way, you'll get more benefits. She was hinting to Hua Xuanong that as long as he testified that Yamaguchi Aiko had indeed been in contact with her at that time, she would give half of the trust fund to Zhang Wenjie. Hua Xuanong also regretted it at this moment. He should have casually said that he had seen her once, but they hadn't spoken, and they weren't familiar with each other. He shouldn't have denied it and forced Luo Jialan to drag him down with her. Of course, Gu Nianji was the most despicable. She only knew how to sow discord. She had ulterior motives for saying so many things just now. Don't treat me like a fool. Hua Xuanong glanced at Gu Nianji coldly and said, You're Xiaoheng's fiancé. Since this matter involves Xiaoheng, you should avoid arousing suspicion and not be involved in this case anymore. Gu Nianji was stunned. Good Lord Long Dedong, Grandfather Hua still had a trick up his sleeve. Kai Xingnan was also stunned for a moment, then her face lit up with joy. She added, Grandfather Hua is right. Since Major General Hua is an important party to the inheritance, Lawyer Gu really should avoid arousing suspicion. You can't be the defense lawyer for this case anymore. As long as she could squeeze Gu Nianji out, Kai Xingnan was confident that she would win, whether it was Song Jining suing Luo Jialan for intentional murder, the money laundering case in the Swiss court, or even the will case that was beginning to take shape. Gu Nianji rolled her eyes and said with a smile, Why should I avoid arousing suspicion? May I ask, Lawyer Kai, have you seen Mr. Hua Guanyuan's will? Kai Xingnan smiled and shook her head. Of course I haven't seen it, but my client said, I'm sorry, what your client said is neither a legally binding will nor a legal provision, so her words have no effect. Gu Nianji stretched out her finger and shook it. She turned to look at Hua Xuanong. Grandfather Hua, you keep saying that this matter involves Major General Hua, so I should avoid arousing suspicion. So you admit that Mr. Hua Guanyuan has a will, and that his trust fund belongs to Major General Hua? Of course not. Hua Xuanong immediately denied. He does have a will, but it doesn't mention any distribution of property, so his trust fund can only be inherited by Jialan and me. That's it. Gu Nianji clasped her hands. What does this have to do with Major General Hua? If it doesn't involve Major General Hua, then it has nothing to do with me. If that's the case, then why should I avoid arousing suspicion? Why should I withdraw from these lawsuits? Kai Xingnan and Hua Xuanong were both stunned. They looked at each other with Luo Jialan and the other two. They hadn't expected Gu Nianji to dig another trap for them in the blink of an eye. If they wanted Gu Nianji to withdraw from these lawsuits, then they would have to show Hua Guanyuan's will. And Hua Xuanong refused to take out the will no matter what, so they had no legitimate reason to make Gu Nianji withdraw. If Gu Nianji didn't withdraw, how were they going to fight this lawsuit? This is the first update of the day, Chapter 1327, The Person I Hate Most. A reminder for everyone's monthly and recommendation tickets. It's the third update today. At around 1 p.m., the monthly tickets will be 3,300 plus updates. The third update will be at around 8 p.m. P.S. Thank you to Hongyun Zhaoxia and Lu Xiaodi for each tipping 10,000 Qidian coins yesterday. Mwah. Chapter 1338. Xie Xinqing laughed loudly and gave Gu Nianji a thumbs up. Good. Little Nianji, good job. Good job. Good job. Gu Nianji pursed her lips and smiled. Her eyes sparkled with a sly light as she said modestly, Granduncle, you flatter me. Xie Xinqing patted her shoulder. Granduncle wasn't wrong about you. You're indeed capable. As he spoke, he turned to look at Hua Xuanong, who was lying on the hospital bed. I think you shouldn't be stubborn and struggle. Take out Guanyuan's will and I won't hold you accountable. Hua Guanyuan's trust fund had never fallen into grandfather Hua's hands. Hua Xuanong's eyes were gloomy and indignant. He had planned this for so long, and he wasn't going to give up just because of a few threats. The ward fell silent for a moment. Kai Xingnan and Luo Jialan actually stood on both sides of Hua Xuanong's hospital bed and stood next to him. Gu Nianji and Xie Xinqing retreated to the window and lowered their heads to whisper. The three staff members of the Special Operations Forces remained calm as they texted Hua Xiaoheng for instructions on what to do next. In the corridor outside the ward, Hua Xiaoheng suddenly heard a sound from the elevator. Someone was coming. He quickly turned around and led the remaining members of the Special Operations Forces to the corner where he had been hiding. The elevator door opened. Zhang Baochen, the illegitimate son of Hua Xuanong and the head nurse, Zhang Feng, walked out of the elevator with his son, Zhang Wenjie, and daughter, Zhang Wenna, carrying a large fruit basket and an exquisite food box. You two have to greet grandfather when you see him later. Remember to be good and don't make him angry. Wenjie, do you have your passport and identity documents? Hua Xuanong had asked them to bring these documents. I did. Why did you bring these? Zhang Wenjie looked impatient. The old man does whatever he wants, and you're just messing around. I'm so filial. Filial. Do you understand? Zhang Baochen knocked Zhang Wenjie's head in disappointment. In the ward, Gu Nianji stood beside Xie Xinqing with her arms crossed, but her eyes were fixed on Hua Xuanong's bed. Her mind raced. Why did Hua Xuanong hide Hua Guanyuan's will? If what Song Jining and Luo Jialan said was true, and Hua Guanyuan really left the entire trust fund to Zhang Wenjie, then why would Hua Xuanong dare to let Luo Jialan give half of it to Zhang Wenjie? Gu Nianji believed that Luo Jialan wasn't a good person either. If it hadn't been for it wouldn't have been easy for her to give in. Was there really something in the will that they didn't know? Gu Nianji thought about it over and over again, then looked thoughtfully at Hua Xuanong, who was lying on the hospital bed with a gloomy expression. Her dark, jade-like eyes darted around. She walked up to Hua Xuanong and looked down at him. Grandfather Hua, Uncle Hua's will was once in your hands, wasn't it? This was something Hua Xuanong couldn't deny. Because the military had accurate records. This was handed over to the Hua family. Hua Xuanong nodded and said with a sullen expression, "He did give it to me, but I was too sad back then and didn't know where I put the will. Maybe I was too sad and tore it up." "Then have you read this will?" Gu Nianji asked quietly again. Her gaze was clear and gentle, making it impossible for anyone to resist it. Hua Xuanong's mind raced, and he nodded again. "I read it once, so I know that there was no distribution of his property in the will." "Then why did you tell Luo Zhaolan that there was?" "I didn't say that. Luo Zhaolan was lying." Hua Xuanong denied it flatly. Even the recording was fake. In fact, it was easy for experts to verify whether the recording was fake or not with audio analysis. However, Gu Nianji didn't want to push Hua Xuanong too hard on this matter. She had more important questions to ask. Therefore, she didn't refute him. She only said, "You and Luo Zhaolan both have their own opinions on this matter, and the evidence in each other's hands isn't very complete, so I'll be suspicious for now." Therefore, she wouldn't let Luo Zhaolan's preconceived statement occupy her thoughts. Gu Nianji asked again, "If the will didn't specify the distribution of the estate, then what did it say?" Hua Xuanong had already come back to his senses and quickly shook his head. "It's been more than 10 years. Who still remembers?" "But you just said that you remember that there was no content about the distribution of the estate." Gu Nianji calmly reminded Hua Xuanong, "Could it be that you have selective amnesia about the contents of the will? Why don't we try hypnosis by a psychiatrist? This will help you recall what was written in Uncle Hua's will." "Impossible." Hua Xuanong objected firmly. "I don't have amnesia, and I don't need a psychiatrist to hypnotize me." "Then what should we do?" "You refuse to see a doctor, and you say that you don't remember the contents of the will, and you even lost the will." Gu Nianji gently tapped her left cheek with a fair and tender finger. "What do you think is the possibility of so many coincidences happening at the same time?" Hua Xuanong didn't speak. He leaned against the hospital bed with a sullen face. "I'm tired. All of you go out. Otherwise, I'll call the doctor." Gu Nianji smiled and raised her hand. "Grandfather Hua, don't worry. I still have something to ask." Hua Xuanong simply closed his eyes. Gu Nianji pretended not to see it. She organized her thoughts and said, "Let's first explain the will from a legal perspective. According to the law, a will refers to a legal act that a citizen, to the extent permitted by the law, makes a personal disposition of his or her estate or other affairs in a manner prescribed by law while he or she is still alive, and takes effect upon the death of the person concerned." So from the nature of a will, it is a personal disposition of the deceased's personal property and other personal affairs. According to Grandfather Hua, there is no content about the distribution of property in Uncle Hua's will. This is obviously not in line with the rules of a will. I very much doubt that Uncle Hua would make such an unorganized will. Hua Xuanong's eyebrows twitched imperceptibly, but he still didn't say anything. Gu Nianji didn't miss the change in Hua Xuanong's expression. She knew that she had guessed correctly. She curled her lips and continued to ask, "So, Grandfather Hua, you still insist that there is nothing related to Uncle Hua's personal property in his will?" "What do you mean?" "I said there is no, so there is no. Then this will is invalid." Gu Nianji spread her hands with a look of pity. "It can't even be called a will." "Why can't it be called a will?" "It was handed over from the military level by level, so why can't it be called a will?" Gu Nianji looked Hua Xuanong up and down with a smile for a while before saying, "Because if, according to Grandfather Hua's insistence, the will is indeed valid, then that means that the will must have mentioned the distribution of property." Hua Xuanong opened his mouth and looked up at Gu Nianji, but he didn't know where to start. Gu Nianji took it over as if she was talking to herself. We can speculate that Uncle Hua's will stated that he wanted to leave all of the trust fund to Major General Hua. This made Grandfather Hua very unhappy, so he decided to hide the will and let Luo Jialan temporarily receive the inheritance. Hua Xuanong sneered and said, "Lie, continue lying." Gu Nianji nodded. "It looks like that's not actually what the will says." "How do you know that's not the case?" Luo Jialan interrupted and asked, "Grandfather Hua personally told me that my father's will said that the entire trust fund was given to Major General Hua." Gu Nianji shook her head and said, "I don't think that's in line with Uncle Hua's personality and style of doing things." "What do you mean? You know my father better than I do." Luo Jialan's heart was sour. The man she liked Gu Nianji, and now Gu Nianji even knew Hua Guanyuan better than she did. "Dream on." Gu Nianji smiled. Her impression of Hua Guanyuan came from his secret love for Song Jining. Such a cautious man, a man who wouldn't act unless he saw a rabbit, would rather marry someone he didn't like and live the rest of his life as a fake couple than take the initiative to pursue the person he liked. How could he have made a will that was full of mistakes? "It wouldn't be strange if I knew your father better than you," Gu Nianji said nonchalantly. Because a person's understanding of another person doesn't depend on how long they've known each other or how many activities they've participated in together, but on whether they have the heart to understand each other. Luo Jialan, your interest in your father is obviously not as great as his trust fund, so don't argue with me on purpose. Luo Jialan shrank her neck back, and her entire body sank into her hooded jacket. Gu Nianji turned to look at Hua Xuanong. "Grandfather Hua, I guess there shouldn't be any particularly important business in that will, right?" Hua Xuanong was thinking about how to kick Gu Nianji out of these lawsuits, so he was caught off guard by Gu Nianji's sudden question. He nodded reflexively, then realized and immediately shook his head. He said angrily, "How can there be business in a personal will? What are you trying to get out of me? I don't want to talk to you. Don't try to play any more tricks." Gu Nianji wasn't angry at all. She smiled and said, "Lawyers are either scheming boys or scheming girls. How can they be lawyers without scheming? I'll take that as a compliment." The corners of Hua Xuanong's mouth twitched. He thought to himself that Gu Nianji was really thick-skinned. He wasn't complimenting her. There was no business in the first place. Who would mention business in a will? Grandfather Hua scoffed. "Yes, I don't think so either." Gu Nianji smiled and nodded. "I speculate from three aspects that Uncle Hua's will probably doesn't involve business. First of all, Mr. Hua Guanyuan is a soldier and a senior colonel. If there really was something unspeakable in his will, why didn't he report it directly to his superiors? What's the use of writing it in his own will? If nothing happened to him, wouldn't he have reported it to his superiors? That was obviously impossible. Hua Guanyuan was extremely principled, so he would never do something that didn't comply with the confidentiality regulations. This was the second update for today, Chapter 1328, Scheming Girl. A reminder for everyone's monthly and recommendation tickets. It was the third update today. The monthly tickets were delivered to you at around 8:00 in the evening. Mwah! You're tuning in to the LoveLore Library YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.